Chapter 211. Li Mu was stunned by the sudden change in attitude of the director of the Ministry of Justice. Mr. May's words meant for him to be arrogant in the Ministry of Justice so that he could use it against them. Zhu Tsong's repeated disregard of the law was an insult to the imperial court. If he didn't punish Zhu Tsong and punished Li Mu instead, the consequences would be unimaginable. If Li Mu didn't have a powerful background, he could only grit his teeth and bear with it. However, he had the Empress and the inner guards behind him. If the Ministry of Justice really dared to punish him like that, he would be gone. It could be said that as long as Li Mu was upright, he had nothing to fear in Luoyang. The sudden change in attitude was obviously not what Mr. May wanted. Li Mu stood in the hall of the Ministry of Justice and looked at the Ministry of Justice's director. He said coldly, "You tell me to come, and I come. You tell me to leave, and I leave. Where do you think the hall of the Ministry of Justice is? How could a lowly official be so arrogant?" However, there were orders from above. The director's face turned red and his breathing quickened. He calmed down after a long time and asked, "What do you want?" Li Mu glanced at him and said, "Zhu Tsong repeatedly disregarded advice and seriously endangered the safety of the people in Luoyang. How do you plan to punish him?" The director closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his expression had returned to normal. He said, "Zhu Tsong repeatedly dissuaded criminals by disregarding his orders. He will be beaten 40 times and fined 100 taels of silver. Constable Li Mu of Luoyang will enforce the law impartially." Although his methods were wrong, he still protected the dignity of the imperial court. He shouldn't be punished. Zhu Tsong opened his mouth and was about to speak when the director glared at him. Li Mu asked, "You're not going to beat me?" The director said, "You can leave." Li Mu shook his head and said, "I'm not leaving." The director's eyes were already red. He asked, "What will it take for you to leave?" Li Mu pointed at Zhu Tsong and said, "I'll leave after you finish the fight. Sometimes, it takes two to clap." Li Mu felt that he was already arrogant enough. He had called the people of the Ministry of Justice dogs in the court of the Ministry of Justice, but the other party did not care at all. They even started to do things according to the law. He could not find any fault with them. He was afraid that he would not be able to complete the task that Mr. May had given him. The director of the Ministry of Justice took a deep breath and pointed at Zhu Kong, "Drag him out and execute him." The director of the Ministry of Justice was a good friend of his father, but he showed no mercy. Zhu Tsong obviously realized something. He didn't dare to say anything and let the two runners take him out. Soon, screams could be heard from the courtyard. Li Mu walked to the courtyard of the Ministry of Justice, crossed his arms, and looked down at Zhu Tsong being beaten. His attitude was very arrogant. Zhu Tsong was just an ordinary person who had not cultivated. He howled in pain under the torture. In Luoyang, many officials and sons of rich families had never cultivated. It was not because they did not have the conditions to cultivate. If they wanted to, they could push their children to the Jushen state in a short time, just like Ren Yuan. However, in the path of cultivation, it was very difficult to reach the middle three realms without special constitution or talent. These people had enjoyed the riches of the mortal world since they were young. They could not bear the hardships of cultivation. Instead of letting them enter the cruel world of cultivation, it was better to hire cultivators to protect them. The daughter of Zhang county magistrates did not cultivate. Chen Miao Miao, the daughter of county magistrate Chen, had the body of 5 elements. Before she went to Mount Baiyun, she also did not cultivate. That was the reason. Because Li Mu was watching, the two runners of the Ministry of Justice did not dare to go too easy on Zhu Kong. With their years of experience, they would not hurt Zhu Tsong badly, but the pain of the flesh was unavoidable. After 40 beatings, Zhu Tsong passed out. The director of the Ministry of Justice looked at Li Mu and asked through gritted teeth, "Is that enough?" Li Mu knew that the people of the Ministry of Justice had already done so much. Today's matter would probably end here. If he continued to force Zhu Tsong, he would be the one to lose justice. "Goodbye." Li Mu saluted the director of the Ministry of Justice with his hands folded. He took one last look at Zhu Tsong and strode out. Outside the Ministry of Justice, more than 100 people gathered there and looked at Li Mu with respect and admiration. He dared to beat up the son of an official on the street and scold the officials of the Ministry of Justice in the court of the Ministry of Justice. Only he, who was not afraid of heaven and earth, could do such a thing. Not only that, but he also forced the Ministry of Justice to enforce the law impartially and walked out of the Ministry of Justice unscathed. It was so unbelievable that many people's jaws dropped. Li Mu stood at the entrance of the Ministry of Justice and took a deep breath. He was almost intoxicated by the thick psyche power. In the courtyard of the Ministry of Justice, the director of the Ministry of Justice watched Li Mu walk out. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the person beside him and gritted his teeth. "Assistant Minister, why did you let him go?" The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice shook his head and said, "There are internal guards outside. If this matter is not handled properly, the Ministry of Justice will have something on us. I'm afraid the internal guards have already set their eyes on the Ministry of Justice. If you don't handle today's matter well, you'll probably be on the way to the internal guards prison." Hearing this, the director of the Ministry of Justice was stunned at first. Then he shuddered and quickly said, "Thank you for your reminder, sir. You're so considerate." For the sake of the people, for the sake of justice, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice looked out of the door with a mocking expression. No one knew if he was mocking Li Mu or himself. In the various courts of the Ministry of Justice, the officials were still discussing what happened in the court. Since when did the Luoyang Yamen have such an audacious fellow? With his temperament, I'm afraid he won't be able to stay in the divine capital for long. Strange, the assistant minister actually let him go. This isn't like the assistant minister at all. Only an old official in the corner shook his head and said slowly, "Similar, really similar?" A young official beside him asked, "Similar to what?" The old official said, "That constable of the Divine Capital Court is very similar to the assistant minister." The official sneered and said, "Old Feng, you're really old and blind. How is he similar to the assistant minister? I saw him at the door of the duty room just now. He's very handsome and doesn't look like the assistant minister at all." The old official shook his head and said, "More than 10 years ago, there was a young minister counselor in the Ministry of Justice. He also scolded the director of the Ministry of Justice back then as a corrupt official." The official was stunned and asked, "Which minister counselor was so bold to scold the director? He lost his position later, right?" The old official smiled and said, "The minister counselor then is the current assistant minister." On the streets of the divine capital, Li Mu apologized to the charming woman. "I'm sorry. Maybe I wasn't arrogant enough and didn't complete the task." The charming woman shook her head and said, "I heard it outside. You were arrogant enough and didn't embarrass His Majesty. You didn't find a chance this time, but there will be a next time." This was the first time Li Mu experienced the feeling of having someone behind him. No wonder the officials, nobles, and sons of wealthy families in the divine capital always liked to bully others. They were as arrogant as they could be. If they didn't have to take responsibility for their arrogance, then they would indeed be very happy and satisfied psychologically. These people were born with things that many people couldn't have in their entire lives. They didn't need to work hard and could enjoy luxurious food and clothing. They didn't need to cultivate and had cultivators by their side. Even the law protected them. They were rich in money, power, and material things. Some people began to pursue morbid psychological satisfaction. To a certain extent, these people's excessive privileges over the common people was the root of the fierce conflicts in the divine capital. If he could solve this problem, the psyche power he obtained from the common people would be enough to save Li Mu years of hard cultivation. After returning to the government office, Li Mu found the Law of Great Zhou, Commentary on the Law of Zhou, and other books about the law. When he was in Xianxia County and North County, Li Mu was in charge of arresting people, judging cases, and passing down punishments. It was the job of the county magistrate and the county captain. After coming to the divine capital, Li Mu gradually realized that there was no harm in familiarizing himself with the law. If he wanted to overturn the law of using silver as a substitute for crime, he first had to understand the development and changes of this law. This law was created during the time of the previous emperor. In the early days, as long as it wasn't a crime of treason, even murder and arson, gold and silver could be used as a substitute for crime. Later, because the scope of the crime was too large, there was no need to pay with one's life for murder. They only had to pay a portion of the gold and silver. Within the Great Zhou, chaos broke out everywhere. The demon's sect took the opportunity to stir up disputes. External enemies also began to move. The psyche power of the common people fell to its lowest point in decades. Only then did the imperial court urgently reduce the scope of the crime and exclude serious cases of murder from the scope of using silver as a substitute for crime. Although this temporarily reduced the impact of this matter, as long as this law was not abolished, it would be a chronic disease of the Great Zhou. Later, many officials wanted to abolish this law, but they all failed. Among them, an official from the Ministry of Justice named Zhou Zhong once advocated for reform. He briefly abolished this law for a few months, but the old forces with vested interests counterattacked and the reform failed. This official named Zhou Zhong advocated using law to rule the country. He emphasized that there was no distinction between close and distant relatives, no distinction between high and low, and that all punishments should be dealt with by law. He did not evade the ministers, and rewarded the good but not the common man. He insisted that the law should treat everyone equally and abolish the use of silver as a substitute for crime. This kind of thinking happened to coincide with Li Mu, who had a modern view of the law. However, although this person's thinking was advanced, he was opposing the entire ruling class. His ending shouldn't be very good, Li Mu sighed. He planned to investigate what happened to this official named Zhou Zhong. He walked outside and found Wang Wu. He asked, "Do you know an official named Zhou Zhong?" Wang Wu heard this and his expression changed. He said, "Boss, you can't call this person by his name." Li Mu's expression changed. He asked, "Why?" Wang Wu said nervously, he was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, the mainstay of the radical faction of the old party. He ignored the law and supported those who were with him. He built the Ministry of Justice into the old party's Ministry of Justice and sheltered countless people from the old party. The reason why the old party dared to be arrogant in Luoyang was because of him. The people privately called him King of Hell Zhou. If King of Hell wanted you to die at midnight, he wouldn't let you live until dawn. Li Mu shook his head and said, "We're definitely not talking about the same person." The Zhou Zhong that Li Mu mentioned was not afraid of the powerful. He supported the people and promoted the reform of the law. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice that Wang Wu mentioned was the umbrella of the old party's evil forces. How could these two people be the same person? Li Mu said, he used to be the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. Deputy Arrester's son walked over and said, the current assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice more than 10 years ago. Li Mu was stunned. He asked, "Are there two assistant ministers named Zhou Zhong in the Ministry of Justice?" Deputy Arrester's son shook his head and said, "There's only one." Li Mu was stunned for a long time. He still couldn't believe it. After confirming it again and again, Li Mu had to admit that they were talking about the same person. The Zhou Zhong who dared to challenge the power and promoted the reform of the law in the name of justice was the King of Hell Zhou who inverted black and white, mixed up right and wrong, sheltered the evil forces, and caused the people of Luoyang to turn pale when they heard the law. The young man who slayed the dragon back then had become an evil dragon. Chapter 212. After sighing with emotion, Li Mu calmed himself down and began to think about what he should do next. For both public and private reasons, the law of Great Zhou that forbade the use of banknotes in lieu of crimes should be abolished. For public reasons, abolishing this law was upholding justice. For private reasons, if Li Mu could casually throw a few banknotes at the Yamen's people and swagger out of the Yamen, how would the people trust him and the Yamen? If he couldn't convince the people, he wouldn't be able to obtain psychokinesis from them. However, for more than 10 years, countless knowledgeable officials had tried to abolish this law, but they all failed. What should he do to avoid repeating their mistakes? Li Mu was pondering in the Yamen when Zhang Chun walked in with his hands behind his back. He asked, "I heard you went to the Ministry of Justice and made a scene?" Li Mu replied, "How can that be called making a scene? I just cooperated with them and did some investigation. I came back when I was done." Zhang Chun said indifferently, As long as you don't bring trouble to the Yamen, you can do whatever you want outside, Li Mu advised him. Sometimes, making a scene is good for you. Lord Zhang, don't you want a big house? A trace of envy appeared on Zhang Chun's face. He said flatly, I don't want to. It's so troublesome to clean such a big house, Li Mu said. There will be servants to do the cleaning. Since His Majesty has given you a house, he will certainly reward some maids and servants. Lord Zhang, just think about it. Every day after you go to the Yamen and come home, you can sit comfortably on a chair. There will be beautiful maids who will massage your back and shoulders and serve you tea. Stop talking. Zhang Chun's face was resolute. He said, even if you want to talk, I won't play along with you. I'm not interested in a house with 5 entrances or beautiful servants. He strode out of the door. The resolute look on his face disappeared and was replaced with envy. He was about to leave when he looked up and saw a few figures coming in. The one walking at the front was the one he had seen before, one of the 8 commanders of the internal guards, Lord Mei. He was followed by a few people who were carrying a pair of things in their arms. Zhang Chun's face lit up. Could it be that His Majesty finally remembered him after rewarding Li Mu? He stepped forward with a smile and said, Greetings, Mr. Mei. The charming woman looked at him and asked, Li Mu is not here? The smile on Zhang Chun's face stiffened, and after a short while he slowly nodded and said, Yes, yes. Li Mu watched them move a bunch of things into his room. He asked Mr. Mei, What's this? Mr. Mei said, This is a reward from His Majesty. There are 2 bolts of fine cloth and 2 boxes of fine tea from Nanyang County. These are not important. The other 2 items are very useful to you. She opened an exquisite brocade box. Inside the box was a piece of white, extremely thin clothing. Li Mu looked at Mr. Mei and asked, Ice silkworm soft armor? Mr. Mei was surprised. You know it. Li Mu nodded and said, I've seen it before. In fact, he was wearing an ice silkworm soft armor at the moment. However, the one he was wearing was made of better material. It could withstand several attacks from Dongxian. Mr. Mei explained, This is an ice silkworm soft armor made from the silk of a 300-year-old demon silkworm. When worn, it can help you withstand several attacks from cultivators of the 5th realm. If it could withstand several attacks from cultivators of the 5th realm, it could be considered an earth-rank magic treasure. Although Li Mu had better magic treasures, he did not refuse. If he did not need it, he could give it to Xiao Bai. Mr. Mei took out a sword from another brocade box and said, This is a mid-grade earth-rank sword. It is also a reward from His Majesty. You can change your previous sword. Li Mu looked at Mr. Mei and seemed to realize something. When Yang County was plagued by evil spirits, the reward from the imperial court was only an earth-rank magic treasure at the beginning. Li Mu had only caused a ruckus at the Ministry of Justice, and she had given him 2 earth-rank magic treasures. One for defense and one for attack. The implication could not be more obvious. It seemed that even in the divine capital, Her Majesty still had to face great danger as a servant of the Empress. Fortunately, even though Li Mu was helpless in the affairs of the imperial court, he had a valuable treasure with him. That golden armor divine soldier seal could summon a 6th-tier divine soldier to assist him in battle. Even though the effect was very short and could only be used once, if someone really wanted to secretly make a move against him, Li Mu would definitely be able to give them a pleasant surprise. Mr. Mei could tell from Li Mu's expression that he had understood the purpose of these 2 rewards. She looked at Li Mu and said, If you are afraid, it is not too late to back out now. I will have someone send you back to the North County. You can continue to be a local constable and stay away from the divine capital and danger. If she had said this in the North County, Li Mu might not have come to the divine capital at all. But since he was already in the divine capital and had tasted the benefits, he would not leave so easily. If he left the divine capital, where would he have so much psyche power? Where would he find a rich woman who could give him earth-rank magic treasures so casually? There is nothing to be afraid of. Li Mu looked straight at Mr. Mei and said, As long as His Majesty does not betray me, I will not betray His Majesty. Very good. Mr. Mei nodded and said, If you encounter any trouble that you cannot solve, you can come to the Internal Security Department to find me. Li Mu said, There is no trouble that I cannot solve for now, but there is one thing that I need Sister May's help with. Mr. May asked, "What is it?" "I need you to pass me a letter." Li Mu looked outside and said, "But I am afraid that I will need Master Zhang's help." A moment later, Li Mu took 2 boxes of tribute tea and walked into the courtyard. Zhang Chun was still pacing in the courtyard, glancing at Li Mu's room from time to time. Li Mu handed the 2 boxes of tribute tea to Zhang Chun and said, "His Majesty gave me these tea leaves. I heard that they came from Nanyang County. I don't have the habit of drinking tea. I know that Master Zhang likes tea, so I will give these 2 boxes to you." "Tribute tea from Nanyang County?" Zhang Chun rubbed his hands, his eyes shining. He said, "The tribute tea from Nanyang County is famous all over the world. I have never tried it." He reached out to take it, but he thought of something and retracted his hand. He asked, "Why did you suddenly give me such good tea?" Li Mu said apologetically, "I have only been in the divine capital for a few days, but I have already caused you so much trouble. I feel bad. You know that you have caused me a lot of trouble." Zhang Chun accepted the tea leaves with relief and said, "Since you said so, I will accept these 2 boxes of tribute tea." Seeing that Zhang Chun accepted the tea leaves, Li Mu said, "Actually, I have a small matter that I would like to trouble you with." "I knew you would not be so kind." Zhang Chun glanced at him, but he could not bear to part with the 2 boxes of tribute tea. He said, "What is it? Tell me, it is not a big deal." Li Mu said with a smile, "I would like to ask you to write a letter to abolish the law of using silver as punishment." "I can't help you. Goodbye." Zhang Chun hugged the tea boxes and left decisively without looking back. Li Mu said, "After this is done, His Majesty will reward you with a house." Zhang Chun still did not look back. His figure soon disappeared. Li Mu stood where he was and continued to wait. If he wanted to fight a war, he first had to figure out who his enemy was. If he wanted to abolish this law, he first had to know where the obstacles came from. It was not difficult to figure this out. He just had to ask someone to propose to abolish this law and bring it to the imperial court for discussion. Those people would jump out on their own. Li Mu was just a constable. He did not even have the right to make suggestions. Although the internal guards had great power, they were an executive organization that belonged to His Majesty. They did not directly participate in the matters of the imperial court. Although Zhang Chun did not have the right to attend the imperial court, he had the right to participate in the memorial. As long as Mr. May passed his letter to the imperial court through the internal guards, Li Mu's plan could be carried out. The matter of abolishing the use of silver in lieu of crime was often mentioned, so the memorial he handed out wouldn't attract too much attention. If he was not willing to help, Li Mu's plan would be much more troublesome. Li Mu looked in the direction where Zhang Chun left and continued to wait. Soon, Zhang Chun's figure appeared again. He asked, "A letter to the imperial court and a house?" Li Mu nodded. Even if His Majesty did not reward him, he would take out some of the treasures he had plundered from the county yamen and sell them. He would also help Zhang Chun get a house. Zhang Chun took out a letter from his sleeve and handed it to Li Mu. He said, "I'll trust you this time. Don't lie to me." When he sent Mr. May away, Li Mu briefly mentioned that Commandant Zhang of the Luoyang Yamen enforced the law impartially and was upright for the people. Even though his family of 3 was squeezed into a small yard in the yamen, he still cared about the people. He was a role model for the officials in the imperial court. Chapter 213. After returning to her residence in the government office, Xiaobai sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated with 2 pieces of spiritual jade in her hands. Li Mu took out the ice silk soft armor and the earth-rank flying sword that the Empress had bestowed upon him. He walked to the bedside and said, "You can wear this soft armor. You can also change that sword from before." Xiaobai shook her head repeatedly. No, this is a gift from Her Majesty to benefactor." Li Mu said, "Be good. Just take it when I tell you to. I have better things." Lu Hanyan and Wan Wan were on Mount Baiyun and did not lack treasures. Xiaobai only had the sword that Li Mu had given her from the government office. The Empress's reward this time was just enough to help her upgrade her equipment. Li Mu took out Xiaobai's previous sword and swung it at the Earth-grade flying sword. The Earth-grade flying sword was undamaged, but a chip appeared on the previous sword. The difference in quality of magic treasures was very difficult to make up for with nurturing. Xiao Bai obediently put on the soft armor and put away the flying sword. She said, "Thank you, benefactor." Li Mu sat on the bedside and patted her head. He said, "We're family. There's no need to thank me." Xiao Bai rubbed her head against Li Mu's hand. Li Mu sat cross-legged on the bed and cultivated with her. Before the inner guard had news, all he had to do was wait. During this time, he planned to use the mental power in his body to cultivate. By now, Li Mu had a deep understanding of mental power. This power existed in his body and could increase the speed at which he guided spiritual qi. Whether it was guided from heaven and earth or absorbed from spiritual jade, it was several times faster than when he did not use mental power. In other words, this was using hard work to make up for the lack of innate talent. Some cultivators with mediocre aptitude and no special constitution could cultivate as fast as those with pure yin, pure yang, and 5 elements bodies if they were supported by a large amount of telekinesis. There were many ways to obtain psychokinesis. Buddhists could enlighten the world, Taoists could exterminate demons and devils, the imperial court could govern the country, or like Li Mu, punishing evil and upholding justice for the people, they could obtain psychokinesis from the people. There were also some heretical sects that established their own sections. They obtained psychokinesis by fooling the common people and recruiting believers. In the end, psychokinesis was just a kind of subjective emotional power produced by humans. If the common people were brainwashed and became fanatical believers of the heretical path, the psychokinesis they produced would be several times or even dozens of times that of a normal person. These corrupt path believers were the most dangerous. With just the slightest bit of enticement, they would disregard their own lives and do some extremely dangerous things. Therefore, the imperial court had always spared no effort to exterminate this kind of heretical cultivation. Under the urging of psychokinesis, the spiritual jades were absorbed by Li Mu at a speed visible to the naked eye and turned into dust. Li Mu had entered the spirit concentrating realm for some time now. His magical power had also increased by quite a bit compared to the beginning. However, he was still very far away from the 4th realm. The magical power needed to advance to the next level was like a bottomless pit. With Li Mu's constitution, it would take several years for him to cultivate normally, and this was under the condition that he had the support of spiritual jades. If he were to dual cultivate with Lu Hanyan, this time could be shortened to a year. If he could obtain psychokinesis from the common people of Luoyang, the time it would take would be even shorter. After a small increase in his magical power, Li Mu tried the 9 syllables mantra again and discovered that he could already use the swordsman formula. Of the first 4 words of the 9 syllables mantra, the confrontation formula was a thunder technique. With Li Mu's spirit concentrating realm cultivation, he could at most release a few bolts of heavenly purple thunder. Under normal circumstances, only transcendent realm cultivators had the opportunity to come into contact with thunder techniques. The heavenly purple thunder was an advanced thunder technique used by 5th realm cultivators in the Destiny realm. A Dao technique that could surpass 2 levels was considered superior among all Dao techniques. Although this type of purple thunder could not cause much damage to 5th realm cultivators, it was enough to crush 4th realm cultivators in terms of level. Li Mu had already mastered the army formula and the fighting formula. Now, he could also easily use the swordsman formula to directly mobilize the power of heaven and earth to recover his magical power. When he was in the prefecture city, Li Mu had already experienced the last few moves with the help of Chu Jiang of Gojoseon's great formation of 18 yin prisons. However, to truly use his own magical power, he would probably have to wait until he reached the transcendent realm. Early in the morning, Li Mu brought Xiao Bai and patrolled the Luoyang as usual. When they passed by the palace city, they could not help but take a few glances inside. Without any special circumstances, the Great Zhou Court Assembly was held once every 3 days. He wondered what the situation was like in the court today. Ziwei Palace. Today's court assembly was still a stage for the old party and the new party. After the officials from both sides engaged in intense debate regarding several court matters, each side gained something and each side lost something. As usual, Her Majesty, the Empress, whose figure could only be vaguely seen behind the curtains, still did not speak. The court assembly was still hosted by her personal female official. At this moment, the officials were discussing a memorial. This memorial was from a minor official in the Luoyang Yamen. It bypassed the Minister of Governmental Affairs and passed directly to Her Majesty through the inner guards. Generally speaking, officials of the 4th rank and above were qualified to pass memorials directly to Her Majesty. Those below the 4th rank would first pass memorials to the Minister of Governmental Affairs. If necessary, the Minister of Governmental Affairs would then pass them to Her Majesty. However, there were also some officials who would take advantage of the situation and pass memorials directly to Her Majesty through various methods, hoping to gain Her Majesty's appreciation and take a shortcut to the officialdom. They would reach the heavens in one step and soar to the clouds. The memorial was written in hopes that the court would abolish the law of using silver in lieu of crimes in the Great Zhou's law. This matter was occasionally raised by officials in the court, but in the end it was left unsettled. After all, for most people in the court, this law was beneficial to them. Even if a portion of them agreed to abolish it, they would still remain silent after considering their own interests. A few officials from the censorate were the first to step forward. Your Majesty, I believe that the law of using silver in lieu of crimes encourages unhealthy practices and should be abolished a long time ago. I second the motion. If a violation of the law can be pardoned with silver, where is the dignity of the law? If this law can be abolished, the hearts of the people will be more united and the country will benefit. After this topic was raised, several officials immediately stepped forward and expressed their agreement. Not long after, an official from the Ministry of Revenue stepped forward and said, "A portion of the revenue of the national treasury comes from silver in lieu of crimes. If it is abolished, I'm afraid the national treasury will be tight." The first official to step forward said, "Lord Wei, don't you think that using silver in lieu of crimes will cause the court to lose the hearts of the people?" The official from the Ministry of Revenue did not deny it. He said, "Although this law has lost some of the hearts of the people, it has been implemented for so many years, and the court has always been stable. Governing a country is not settling cases. It cannot be purely based on right and wrong. It has to be balanced. If the national treasury loses this portion of revenue each year, where will the repair costs of the imperial city's yamen, the salaries of the officials, and the disaster relief funds allocated to the various prefectures come from?" The official opened his mouth but did not know how to refute. At this time, another official from the Ministry of Rights stepped forward and said, "The silver in lieu of crimes was created when the late emperor was still alive. After several modifications, it has already eliminated the majority of serious crimes. It not only ensures the hearts of the people, but also increases the revenue of the national treasury. Do the officials think that you are more wise than the late emperor?" With these words, the officials who had just agreed were immediately silenced. They could refute the reason of the official from the Ministry of Revenue, but who would dare to refute the words of the official from the Ministry of Rights? Even the person behind the curtain could not say that she was more wise than the late emperor, let alone them, the officials. Whoever dared to admit it would be disgraceful. An official from the Ministry of Revenue and an official from the Ministry of Rights blocked the mouths of everyone in the court. Whether it was the new party or the old party, those who could be called party in the divine capital belonged to the upper echelons. Silver in lieu of crimes was beneficial to them. With these two taking the lead, people quickly stepped forward one after another. "I oppose this proposal." "I also oppose." "I second." Beside a pillar in the corner of the crepe myrtle hall, a charming woman held a book in one hand and a brush in the other. She wrote unhurriedly, "The Minister Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, the Minister Counselor of the Ministry of Rights, the Minister Counselor of the Ministry of Justice." When Li Mu returned to the yamen, he saw that Mr. Mei was already waiting for him there. Li Mu walked forward and asked, "How is it?" "Like before, too many people oppose this proposal. We can only put it aside for now." Mr. Mei shook his head and handed him a book. "The leaders of the opposition are all written here." Li Mu inquired about the situation in the imperial court today from her, and also learned some detailed information. The Ministry of Revenue's reason was not based on any evidence. As long as the punishment was combined or the amount was increased, the problem of the National Treasury's revenue could be solved. The problem with the silver in lieu of crimes was not that the punishment was silver, but that only the punishment was used for crimes. Since those people did not care about the silver, they might as well punish them more. The National Treasury's revenue in this area would not decrease but increase. As for the Ministry of Right's reason, it was purely baseless accusations. If the rules set by the previous emperor could not be changed by the descendants, then society would not be able to progress. These were all excuses they came up with. Mr. May said, "Actually, this is not a big deal. Most of the officials above the 4th rank do not care and did not participate. The ones who really oppose are the 5th and 6th rank officials. Their positions are not high, but they are very difficult to deal with. Do you have any ideas?" Li Mu thought for a moment and said, "I do have an idea, but it will cost more silver. I wonder if your Majesty can reimburse me?" Chapter 214. After getting a definite answer from Mr. May, Li Mu was relieved. Lu Hanyan was not by his side, so he had to be frugal with his spending. He had to ask the Empress for reimbursement for this kind of official expenses. He walked to the front office and found Wang Wu. Wang Wu stood up and asked, "Boss, what's the matter?" Li Mu asked, "Are you familiar with the officials and nobles in Shindu?" Wang Wu nodded and said, "Of course I am. In our line of work, we can have nothing, but we can't be blind. We have to be clear about who we can offend and who we can't. If one day we offend someone we shouldn't, we won't be able to wear this uniform anymore." It seemed that Wang Wu was the right person. Li Mu asked, "Do you know the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue?" "The Ministry of Revenue has 2 Minister-Counselors," Wang Wu said. "Under the Ministry of Revenue, there are 3 Minister-Counselors. Under the Ministry of Revenue, there are 3 Minister-Counselors. Their official positions are half a rank higher than our Commandant Darren." Mr. May seemed to have expected Li Mu to have this question. He even thoughtfully put a bracket after the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue with the word Wei in the bracket. Li Mu said, "Minister-Counselor Wei." Wang Wu was obviously familiar with the officials in the court. He immediately said, "Then it's Lord Wei of the Ministry of Revenue." Li Mu asked again, "Who's in his family?" This time, Wang Wu thought for a while and said, "In Minister-Counselor Wei's family, other than him, has a wife and 2 concubines. He and his wife have no children. The second concubine gave him a daughter, and the third concubine gave him a son. Lord Wei likes the son very much and usually spoils him to the heavens." Li Mu was not surprised to know that he was an official of the Ministry of Revenue. However, knowing so much about his family was a bit hard to believe. Li Mu looked at Wang Wu in surprise and asked, "How are you so familiar with this?" Wang Wu quietly returned to the duty room and quickly ran out with a thick book in his arms. He said, "This is what I saved up with great difficulty over the years." Li Mu flipped open the book and was momentarily stunned. This book was clearly written by Wang Wu himself. It detailed the various officials in the capital, the 3 provinces, 6 departments, 9 temples, and 24 divisions, as well as their family situations. There was even an analysis of the personalities of the officials in the yamen, including the mobilization of the officials in the yamen. It was all written in the book. This was practically a true record of Great Zhou's officialdom. Li Mu asked, "Why do you remember these things?" Wang Wu sighed and said, "I was afraid of offending someone I shouldn't offend. There are many people in the capital who can crush us with just a wave of their hand, so I asked around in advance." Li Mu praised, "You're really a talent." Wang Wu rubbed his head and said embarrassedly, "Boss, you flatter me." Li Mu quickly found a breakthrough point from Wang Wu's words. He asked Wang Wu, "Tell me about Minister-Counselor Wei's son." Wang Wu flipped through a few pages of the book and said, "Minister-Counselor Wei's son is called Wei Peng. Because he's the only descendant of the Wei family, he's been doted on since he was young. Therefore, his temper is rather eccentric. Even the sons of other officials aren't willing to play with him. He loves good food and his favorite restaurant is the Floating Fragrance Restaurant." Floating Fragrance Restaurant. Several constables were drooling over the dishes in front of them. Wang Wu finally couldn't help but ask Li Mu, "Boss, can we eat these dishes?" Li Mu took a bite and said, "Of course, why not? It's public expense." Wang Wu and the others all picked up their chopsticks, looking as if they were going to sweep away all the dishes. Although the floating fragrance restaurant wasn't the best restaurant in Luoyang, it was still a place they couldn't afford. A dish here cost more than their monthly salary. Li Mu glanced at them and said, "Eat slowly. Don't embarrass the yamen." Li Mu was used to eating Lu Hanyan's dishes. The food here was tasteless to him. It was just that the ingredients were more expensive, the presentation was more particular, the quantity was extremely small, and the price was exorbitant. If it weren't for the fact that the son of the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue liked to eat here, Li Mu wouldn't have come to this place. In an exquisite private room on the second floor of the floating fragrance restaurant, Wei Peng and a few friends finished eating and walked out of the private room and down the stairs. One of them said as he walked, "I heard that Zhu Tsong was flogged in the Ministry of Justice. Why would the Ministry of Justice do anything to him?" Another person said, "I've heard that Zhu Tsong and a few others were caught riding horses on the streets of Luoyang. He paid the fine and gave the arrestor 100 taels after he got out, saying that he would do it 10 more times." He shook his head and said, "Zhu Tsong really thinks that he can do whatever he wants in Luoyang just because his father is the director of the Ministry of Rights. It's fine if it's normal times, but this time he's too arrogant. Isn't he riding on the head of the imperial court? If the Ministry of Justice doesn't punish him, who will?" Another person said, "When it's time to restrain yourself, you have to restrain yourself. Going against the Luoyang Yamen is the same as going against the imperial court." The three of them walked down the stairs. Wei Peng saw that a constable who was eating at the door kept looking at him. His gaze also lingered on him for a while. The next moment, the constable slammed his chopsticks on the table and stood up. He looked at Wei Peng and asked loudly, "What are you looking at?" The others were stunned. Wei Peng was even more confused. He had only glanced at the constable and the constable had put on a provocative posture. This constable's temper was worse than his. He was in a good mood today and did not get angry. Instead, he looked at the constable mockingly and asked, "What's wrong with looking at you?" The constable looked angry and said, "I dare you to look at me again." It was the first time Wei Peng had seen such an arrogant constable. He crossed his arms and said, "What are you going to do?" Bang! The bailiff simply punched him in the face. Wei Peng staggered and was sent flying backwards. A bruise appeared on his eye. Wei Peng was stunned. The people behind him were stunned. The guests, shopkeeper, and waiters of wafting fragrance in were all stunned. He punched someone just because they looked at him a little longer. How could there be such an arrogant person in Luoyang? Even the sons of officials and nobles would have a reason when they bullied others. This constable's reason was a little careless. That said, many of the people present felt quite satisfied with that punch. After all, the person he hit was Wei Peng. Everyone was used to seeing his arrogant and despotic appearance. It was the first time they saw him being bullied. The constables were also stunned. Wang Wu had never thought that the reason Li Mu asked him about Minister Wei's vice director was because of this. The pain that came from his eyes stunned Wei Peng for a moment before he woke up. Then he clearly realized something. He had been beaten up. He had been beaten up by a constable. The reason the other party had beaten him was because he had looked at him a little longer. He was used to using his power to oppress others. When he went out, he brought 2 guards with him. At this time, the 2 guards also realized what was going on and reached out to grab Li Mu. These 2 people were in the spirit-condensing realm. Li Mu did not move. He just glanced at them. The 2's outstretched hands stopped in midair. Cold sweat seeped out of their foreheads. They did not attack again and retreated to Wei Peng's side. The other 2 looked at Li Mu in shock. Li Mu looked at them and asked, "What are you looking at?" Thinking of Wei Peng's fate, the 2 immediately looked away and shook their heads. "Nothing, nothing." Wei Peng covered one eye and looked at the 2 with his other eye. He said angrily, "What are you still standing here for?" One of the guards said, "Young master, he is at the 3rd realm. We are no match for him." Li Mu took one last look at them and left under Wei Peng's resentful gaze and the shocked gazes of the surrounding people. The three young men behind Wei Peng were at a loss. They did not know what to do. After all, they had always been the ones who took the initiative. They were also the ones who left. Now that they were being bullied, they could not win in a fight. If they scolded him, they would probably be beaten up again. That person was extremely unreasonable. Even if they looked at him a little longer, they would be punched. If they scolded him, it would not be a matter of 1 or 2 punches. One of them looked at Wei Peng and asked, "What do we do next?" Wei Peng's face darkened. He said, "Go to the Ministry of Justice." Li Mu left the restaurant and walked leisurely to the government office. Wang Wu followed behind him and asked with his mouth agape, "Boss, what are you doing?" Li Mu could not be bothered to explain to him. He said, "You will know in a while." Wang Wu said anxiously, "What do you mean by in a while?" "The people from the Ministry of Justice will be here soon." "We are the unreasonable ones this time." Wang Wu's prediction was right. The people from the Ministry of Justice came very quickly, even faster than Li Mu arrived at the government office. When he returned to the government office, the people from the Ministry of Justice were already waiting outside. Li Mu had already met a few bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice twice. The leader looked at him with a cold smile and said, "Constable Li, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble you to come with us." Li Mu did not refuse. He said, "Let's go." Xiao Bai ran out of the government office and asked softly, "Benefactor, what's the matter?" Li Mu said, "Nothing. You stay in the government office first. I'll be back in a while." The bailiff from the Ministry of Justice had a mocking expression on his face. Last time, he was the reasonable one. Under the threat of the internal guards, the doctor did not dare to judge randomly. This time, he was the one who beat someone first. The reason was in the Ministry of Justice. As long as the doctor handled the case fairly, he would have to go in standing and come out lying down. Li Mu originally wanted Xiao Bai to stay in the government office, but she insisted on following. Li Mu let her go. It was Li Mu's second time in the court of the Ministry of Justice. The doctor of the Ministry of Justice sat on the top. Wei Peng and his bad friend stood on the side, looking coldly at Li Mu. The doctor knocked on the gavel and asked, "Li Mu, Wei Peng said that you beat him up for no reason. Is this true?" Li Mu explained, "Who told him to look at me?" The doctor said in a low voice, "He only looked at you, and you beat him up?" Li Mu looked at Wei Peng and asked, "Haven't they done this kind of thing before?" The doctor knocked on the gavel again and said, "I don't care about the past. I only want to ask about the present. Did you beat Wei Peng up for no reason at Spring Fragrance Brothel?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Yes. Since you've admitted to the crime, there's nothing left to interrogate." The doctor sneered and said, "Men, drag him away. Give him 20 beatings and throw him into the Ministry of Justice's prison for 7 days." He looked at Li Mu with satisfaction. Last time, the internal guards were there, and it was Zhu Song who made the mistake first. He had no choice but to let him walk out of the government office. But this time was different. This time, Li Mu beat Wei Peng first, and Wei Peng did not do anything from the beginning to the end. This case could not be simpler. Even if the Heavenly Emperor came today, he would still be guilty. When the 2 bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice came up, Li Mu suddenly stretched out his hand and said, "Wait." The doctor said, "Do you have anything else to say?" Li Mu raised his head and said, "According to the laws of the Great Zhou, Volume 2, Article 13, those who beat up others for no reason can be punished with less than 20 beatings and imprisoned for less than 7 days, depending on the severity of the injury. Wei Peng's eyes are bruised, but it's only a minor injury. Sir Doctor, you sentence me to 20 beatings and imprisonment for 7 days. This is an abuse of punishment. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, Volume 25, Article 47, any official who abuses punishment will be fined a month's salary for a light punishment or removed from office for a heavy punishment." The doctor looked at Li Mu, who was calmly explaining the laws of the Great Zhou to him, and felt as if there was something stuck in his chest. He could not swallow it, but he could not spit it out either. Chapter 215. What made the director of the Ministry of Justice gloomy was that Li Mu had said so much, and every word he said was reasonable. According to the laws of the Great Zhou, as long as no serious injuries or deaths were caused, the maximum punishment for fighting would be 20 strokes of the cane and 7 days of imprisonment. Wei Peng only had a black eye, which was a light injury among light injuries. If he was sentenced to the most serious crime of fighting, he might not be able to convince the public. He was not afraid of not being able to convince the public, but he was afraid of not being able to convince the internal guard. This was a clear abuse of power, and a heavy punishment was a light crime. The internal guard was a sharp sword hanging over the heads of the officials of the divine capital. If this sword fell, even if he could keep his head, he would definitely not be able to keep his position. However, if he downplayed this matter, he would not be able to swallow the anger in his heart. He was a constable, and catching people was his job. Why would he study the laws of the Great Zhou? The director of the Ministry of Justice took a deep breath. After calming himself down, he said, "I won't imprison you. 10 strokes of the cane isn't an abuse of punishment, right?" Li Mu nodded. Of course not. After all, the law was only a reference. It could not be so precise as to how a black eye should be punished. As for how the punishment should be, it was up to the judge to decide the punishment according to the actual situation. This was the authority of the judge. The director of the Ministry of Justice waved his hand and said, "Men, drag him out and execute him." He could choose not to imprison him, but he had to beat him. If he did not make Li Mu lose half his life today, he would not be able to appease the hatred in his heart from being humiliated twice. Although this person was a constable, he was still inexperienced. He probably did not know that the bailiffs of the Ministry of Justice had long been trained to be skilled. They could beat someone 100 times with the cane and only hurt the flesh. They could also beat someone to death within 10 strokes. Whether it was 10 strokes, 20 strokes, 100 strokes, or 200 strokes, they could all achieve the same result. The director of the Ministry of Justice gave the two bailiffs a look. After the two understood, a trace of fierceness appeared in their eyes. "Wait!" Li Mu stretched out his hand again. The director of the Ministry of Justice said angrily, "What else do you want?" Li Mu slowly said, "According to the law of the Great Zhou, Book 2, Article 13, the crime of fighting can be substituted with silver. And according to the law of the Great Zhou, Book 50, Article 1, it explains the substitution of silver. 1 cane can be substituted with 1 tael of silver. 10 canes, that is 1 tael of silver." Li Mu took out a piece of silver from his bosom and walked to the table where the director of the Ministry of Justice was sitting. He placed the silver on the table and said, "There's more than 1 tael of silver here. Keep the change." The director of the Ministry of Justice opened his mouth, but did not know how to refute. The silver of guilt was a rule set by the previous emperor, and it was still in use today. In today's morning court, he even stood out to oppose the proposal to abolish the silver of guilt. In other words, Li Mu's actions were in accordance with the law. However, this law had always been used by the Ministry of Justice to protect their accomplices. When had it ever been used on themselves? Li Mu looked at the director of the Ministry of Justice and asked, "Is there a problem?" The director of the Ministry of Justice did not speak. He could not deny Li Mu, because denying Li Mu was the same as denying himself. A few hours ago, he was still in court, arguing that the silver of guilt was beneficial to the country and not a tool used by some party for personal gain. If he did not allow Li Mu to use the silver of guilt, he was afraid that the internal guards would immediately accuse him of abusing his power for personal gain. That would be the end of him. The director of the Ministry of Justice shook his head and said, "No problem." Li Mu said, "If there's no problem, I'll go back first. See you next time." Wei Peng had been standing to the side and watching. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. He pointed at Li Mu and asked the director of the Ministry of Justice, "Are we letting him go just like that?" The director of the Ministry of Justice said with a dark expression, "According to the law, he paid the silver and it was enough to pay for his crime." Wei Peng cursed angrily, "Which idiot made this bullshit law? Where is the justice?" Li Mu, who already had 1 foot out of the hall of the Ministry of Justice, pulled back the foot he had taken. He turned around and walked back. He looked at the director of the Ministry of Justice and asked, "Did you hear that?" The director of the Ministry of Justice held his forehead and shook his head. "I didn't hear anything." "I heard it." Li Mu pointed at Wei Peng and said, "He just said which idiot made this bullshit law. The silver of guilt law was made by the previous emperor. Insulting the previous emperor is a great disrespect. According to the law, one should be punished with 100 beatings. Great disrespect referred to disrespect to the sovereign. Disrespect to the previous sovereigns of the Great Zhou was a great disrespect. There was no punishment for this crime. It was very small when it was small, but it was very big when it was big. If the sovereign was wise, he might just laugh it off. If it was a narrow-minded emperor, this crime alone would be enough to sentence him to death. According to the law of the Great Zhou, great disrespect was punishable with 100 beatings. After 100 beatings, some people would be able to get out of bed the next day. Some people would die on the spot. The specific situation depended on the decision of the judge. Whether they lived or died, it was all within the law. Hearing this, Wei Peng's expression changed greatly. He said, "I didn't know this was made by the previous emperor. I am willing to use silver as a substitute." The director of the Ministry of Justice looked at him like he was an idiot. He said, "Murder, arson, disobedience, and great disrespect are not included in the list of crimes." When the silver was first made available, the national treasury became much more abundant in a short period of time. However, chaos arose in the country and the people were seething with resentment. Later on, the previous emperor had the Ministry of Justice make changes to this law. Many serious crimes were excluded from the list of crimes. However, great disrespect was never included in the list of crimes. Li Mu glanced at Wei Peng and asked the director of the Ministry of Justice, "This person insulted the previous emperor and committed the crime of great disrespect. He should be punished with 100 beatings. Do you want him to be beaten here, or should I bring him back to the yamen?" The director of the Ministry of Justice gritted his teeth and said, "There is no need to trouble the yamen with the matters of the Ministry of Justice. 100 strokes would be enough to beat Wei Peng to death." At that time, how would he answer to Minister Counselor Wei? Minister Counselor Wei only had one son in his middle years, and Wei Peng was his only son. If he died in the yamen, he would probably go crazy. Li Mu nodded and said, "Then let's begin. I will leave after watching." The director of the Ministry of Justice gave the two bailiffs a look and said, "Wei Peng disrespected the previous emperor. According to the law, he should be punished with 100 beatings. Carry out immediately." Wei Peng's screams quickly came from outside the hall of the Ministry of Justice. He lay sprawled on a flat stool. Every beatings on his buttocks caused a wave of pain. Although it was not intense, it was unbearable when stacked together. However, at this moment, compared to the physical pain, he felt more wronged. From the beginning to the end, he was a complete victim. Just because he looked at that person a little longer, he was punched. When he arrived at the Ministry of Justice, not only did he not receive justice, he was punished with 100 beatings. Where was the justice? Where was the justice? Was there any law in Luoyang? Wei Peng felt that he was as wronged as Dou. In the hall of the Ministry of Justice, the director of the Ministry of Justice looked at Li Mu and asked, "Do you really want to be enemies with the Ministry of Justice?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I am only acting according to the law. When have I ever been enemies with the Ministry of Justice? You sent people to bring me here from the yamen. You punished me with beatings and imprisoned me. Now you are saying that I am enemies with the Ministry of Justice. Isn't that just making false accusations?" The director of the Ministry of Justice opened his mouth. After thinking carefully, it seemed like what he said was true. However, it was the Ministry of Justice that had brought him here. Why did he feel like he was being bullied? Li Mu waved his hand at the director of the Ministry of Justice and said, "I'm leaving. See you next time." After being taken advantage of twice, the director of the Ministry of Justice watched Li Mu walk out of the door of the Ministry of Justice once again. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth as he said to his men, "Don't meddle in his affairs in the future." The two incidents had shown how difficult it was to deal with a bailiff who understood the law. The director of the Ministry of Justice had already understood the principle that it was easier to invite the devil in than to send it away. Out of sight, out of mind. He would not meddle in other people's affairs. If the vice director of the Ministry of Revenue was angry for his son, He could go to the Yamen and cause a ruckus. Outside the Ministry of Justice, Wang Wu and several bailiffs were waiting anxiously. Only Xiao Bai had a smile on her face as she glanced at the Ministry of Justice from time to time. Some of the guests of the Wafting Fragrance restaurant ran out of the restaurant without even finishing their food. They wanted to see the show. Wei Peng was a frequent guest of the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. His personality was extremely arrogant and despotic. He had clashed with people several times in the Wafting Fragrance restaurant. In the end, the side that was clearly in the right had to grovel and apologize to him. Everyone had disliked him for a long time. The scene at the Wafting Fragrance restaurant today was simply too satisfying. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Justice were in cahoots. That bailiff would probably be carried out after entering the Ministry of Justice. Everyone was thinking this in their hearts. Sure enough, they saw someone being carried out of the Ministry of Justice. They took a closer look. If it wasn't Wei Peng, who else could it be? They then saw the bailiff striding out of the Ministry of Justice. From head to toe, he didn't look like he had been punished at all. The crowd couldn't help but be stunned. Although today's matter made them feel happy in their hearts, it was obvious that Wei Peng had done a lot of evil in the past. Today, he had completely suffered an undeserved calamity. Why was it that when he arrived at the Ministry of Justice, the person who hit the bailiff wasn't injured at all? Instead, the bailiff who was beaten seemed to have been severely punished. Although this kind of thing wasn't rare in the Ministry of Justice in the past, the people who hit the bailiff were all people like Wei Peng. Could it be that the bailiff's background was even deeper than Wei Peng's? Wang Wu and the others were already dumbfounded. They ran forward and asked, "Boss, are you all right?" Li Mu glanced at him and asked, "What can happen to me?" Wang Wu and the others sized up Li Mu from head to toe. Then, they began to look at him with reverence. After hitting the people of the Ministry of Justice, he could make the Ministry of Justice hit his own people again. In the end, he walked out of the Ministry of Justice safely. Other than him, who else could it be? Everything that happened in the Ministry of Justice couldn't escape Xiao Bai's ears. She raised her head and looked at Li Mu with little stars in her eyes. She said, "If benefactor is a fox, he must be the smartest fox." In the Ministry of Justice, the director of the Ministry of Justice paced around the hall and muttered, "Something's wrong. Something must be wrong." A figure stood at the door and asked, "What's wrong?" The director of the Ministry of Justice raised his head and immediately said respectfully, "Lord Assistant Minister." The Assistant Minister of Justice asked, "What's wrong?" The director of the Ministry of Justice scratched his head and said, "The one who hit the bailiff was fine. Instead, the one who was beaten was punished with a cane." What was wrong became right, and what was right became wrong. The Assistant Minister of Justice glanced at him and said indifferently, "According to the law, no one is wrong, but right and wrong are reversed and black and white are mixed up. Then, the one who is wrong is the law." Chapter 216. Li Mu and Xiao Bai swaggered out of the Ministry of Justice and basked in the gazes of the people on the streets. Then, they returned to the government office. However, the incident at the Aroma Tavern had already spread within a small circle. Did you hear? Just now at the Aroma Tavern, the son of Minister Councillor Wei of the Ministry of Revenue, Wei Peng, was beaten up. Who would be so daring to do such a thing? Could it be the son of another family? It's the constable of the divine capital. 2 days ago, the son of Minister Zhu of the Ministry of Rights was beaten up by him. Is the constable purposely against these people? Will the Ministry of Justice let him off? There's more to come. After arriving at the Ministry of Justice, Wei Peng was beaten up again, but the constable walked out unscathed. The commoners were happy to see this kind of thing. They were usually bullied by these people. When had they ever seen them being bullied? Just thinking about it made them feel incomparably happy. A young man walked on the streets of the divine capital with a few attendants behind him. Hearing the discussions of the people on the streets, he looked surprised. He said, "I went out to play for a few days and something like this happened in the divine capital?" One of the attendants behind him said, "Minister Councillor Wei and the master are close friends. How could the master let him be beaten up in the Ministry of Justice? It must be the groundless rumors spread by these ignorant people. The young man nodded and said, I think so too. How could there be such an arrogant person in the divine capital? He dared to beat up the son of an official just by looking at him. Bang! He was walking on the streets when he accidentally bumped into a person walking towards him. It was obvious that the person in front of him had deliberately bumped into him. Xianxia frowned and looked at the person. The constable looked at him coldly. What are you looking at? Before Xianxia could react, a fist grew larger in front of his eyes. The two attendants reacted quickly. One of them blocked the constable's fist, while the other attacked his chest. The constable's footwork changed and he easily dodged the follower's attack. His fist also changed direction and landed on Xiao's other eye. After a sharp pain, a bruise appeared on Xiao's right eye. How dare you! How dare you! The two followers were furious. Just as they were about to attack again, the constable pulled out his sword and pointed at them. He said coldly, Have you considered the consequences of attacking and arresting people on the streets of Luoyang? The two of them paused. Assaulting and arrest was a serious crime, much more serious than fighting. Moreover, the aura that was inadvertently leaked out from that person's two simple actions just now made them feel extremely pressured. That person was at least at the third realm. They were no match for him. A follower's face turned green as he said angrily, Why did you hit him for no reason? Li Mu, who asked him to glare at me just now? The other person found it hard to understand his logic. You hit him just because he glared at you? Li Mu asked, Half a month ago, wasn't there someone who was beaten up by you just because he blocked his way? The attendant pointed at Li Mu, speechless for a moment. The young master dared to do this because his father was the director of the Ministry of Justice. Did this insignificant constable have a father who was also a director of the Ministry of Justice? They might not be able to beat him, but they did not dare to either. The attendant said sternly, As a constable, you hit someone for no reason. Come with us to the Ministry of Justice for trial. They did not dare to attack and arrest people on the streets of Luoyang. However, it was different at the Ministry of Justice. The young master's father was the director of the Ministry of Justice. Even when they were in the wrong, he could let them off the hook. Moreover, they were in the right this time. Li Mu sheathed his sword and swaggered towards the Ministry of Justice. The attendant looked at Xianxia and asked, Young master, are you all right? He had just returned to Luoyang and was punched by someone. Xianxia covered his eyes and said with a dark expression, Return to the Ministry of Justice. A few attendants followed behind Li Mu. Coupled with Li Mu's constable attire, those who did not know would think that they were the ones who had committed the crime. At this moment, they realized that this person was probably the constable of Luoyang who had made Wei Peng suffer. If he could make Wei Peng suffer in the Ministry of Justice, it meant that he was quite capable. However, their young master was different from Wei Peng. Their young master was the son of the director of the Ministry of Justice. Going to the Ministry of Justice was like going home. How could he be bullied in the Ministry of Justice? Wei Peng followed behind Li Mu and glared at him fiercely. His attendants also looked fierce as if they could already see what would happen to him. Ministry of Justice. The director of the Ministry of Justice was drinking tea in the side hall. He had yet to calm down. As the director of the Ministry of Justice, it was a great humiliation for him to be played by a lowly bailiff in his territory. Whenever he heard Li Mu's name, he would have a headache. Why was there such a lunatic in Luoyang? Soon, a constable came to report that Li Mu was here again. The director of the Ministry of Justice was stunned. He put down his teacup and said angrily, He only left a few hours ago. Why is he here again? He knew that Li Mu had come to the Ministry of Justice without fear. If he went out, he would be angered. He waved his hand and said, Tell him that I'm not here. Tell him to return to his yamen. The constable said helplessly, But he hit young master this time. What? The director of the Ministry of Justice stood up abruptly and ran to the front hall. When he saw his son standing there with one of his eyes bruised, he could no longer hold back his anger. He pointed at Li Mu and shouted, Li, what the hell do you want to do? Li Mu sighed and said, I'm sorry, Sir Director. Sometimes I can't control my temper. You can punish me however you want. I deserve this. Xianxia covered his eye and said loudly, Father, flog him 20 times and lock him up for 7 days. Li Mu couldn't help but look at him. As expected of the son of the director of the Ministry of Justice. He was clearly familiar with the laws of the Great Zhou. The director of the Ministry of Justice looked at Li Mu and said with a gloomy face, In 1 day, you've provoked trouble twice. As a constable, you knowingly broke the law. Your crime is even worse. I'm not going overboard with flogging you 20 times, right? It's not. Li Mu took out 2 pieces of silver and said, These are 2 taels of silver. Sir, please keep them well. The director of the Ministry of Justice's eyelids twitched. He said, You've already used silver to pay for your crime today. Li Mu smiled and said, The laws of the Great Zhou don't stipulate that I can only pay for my crime once a day. Could it be that Sir Director wants to abuse your power for personal gain because it's your son who's involved in the case? The director of the Ministry of Justice's eyelids twitched wildly. The anger in his heart could no longer be suppressed. He had never thought of himself as a good person. But today, in front of Li Mu, he finally understood what the true power of evil was. Using the law to repeatedly trample on justice made people want to grind his bones and scatter his ashes. He glared at Li Mu and said through gritted teeth, Do you really think that you can do whatever you want with money? I've already paid my fine. I'll go back first. Li Mu waved his hand and said, If nothing unexpected happens, we'll meet again. When he reached the door, he turned back and said with a smile, I'm sorry. You really can do whatever you want with money. Haven't you always been like this? Xianxia pointed at Li Mu's departing figure and asked, Father, are you just going to let him go like this? The director of the Ministry of Justice took a deep breath and said in a low voice, The law is like this. What can I do? Xiaxia's chest heaved up and down. He said angrily, What bullshit law? Li Mu, who was about to walk out of the Ministry of Justice, paused his steps. Seeing that Li Mu was about to step out of the yamen, the director of the Ministry of Justice slapped his son's mouth and said angrily, Shut up. This law was set by the previous emperor. Who are you to question it? Li Mu sighed and walked out of the Ministry of Justice. Xianxia covered his face with an innocent expression. He had clearly done nothing. He had been punched on the street for no reason. When he returned to the Ministry of Justice, the person who hit him had left, and he had been slapped again. At this moment, the grievance in his heart could no longer be described with words. The director of the Ministry of Justice's chest heaved up and down. He clenched his fists and loosened them after a while. The law of paying in lieu of punishment was very convenient when he used it normally. When those officials or children of the rich and powerful committed crimes, he could not really punish them. Using silver in lieu of punishment was a very good way to avoid this trouble. There were clear laws and regulations. Even the victims had nothing to say. However, when these things happened to them, the feeling was completely different. This was the source of the feeling in his heart that something was wrong. The rules that were originally set for them were used by Li Mu as a tool. If it was someone else, he would not need to talk about rules with them. However, Li Mu had the internal guards behind him. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only act within the rules unless they set up new rules. He returned to the side hall and thought about this matter. After a while, another bailiff knocked on the door and came in. The bailiff looked at him with a dazed expression and said, Sir, the grandson of the minister of Taichung Temple was beaten on the street. The one who hit him was that Li Mu. From the time Li Mu left the Ministry of Justice to the time the grandson of the minister of Taichung Temple was beaten and reported to the Ministry of Justice, only half an hour had passed. The director of the Ministry of Justice held his face with both hands and muttered, Is he crazy? Beating the son of the director of the Ministry of Rights, the son of the Minister of Revenue, the son of the director of the Ministry of Justice, and the grandson of the minister of Taichung Temple. Only a lunatic would do such a thing. At a certain moment, a light flashed through the director of the Ministry of Justice's mind. The director of the Ministry of Rights, the Minister of Revenue, the Minister of Taichung Temple, and himself were all strongly against abolishing the Act of Substitution. However, Li Mu used the Act of Substitution to make them suffer unspeakable. Could it be that his true purpose was to abolish the Act of Substitution? However, he was only a lowly bailiff. What good would it do him to abolish the act of substitution? No, the first person to propose abolishing the act of substitution was the commandant of Chengdu. Li Mu was the commandant of Chengdu. Could it be that the commandant of Chengdu was behind all this? His purpose was to abolish the act of substitution so that he could perform a meritorious service to His Majesty? The director of the Ministry of Justice had a look of realization. He finally realized the truth. Achoo! In the Chengdu Yamen, Zhang Chun sneezed. He picked up his teacup and took a sip. Looking at the cramped room, he sighed and said, "Why hasn't His Majesty delivered the house that he promised?" Chapter 217. Li Mu walked on the streets of Luoyang with Wang Wu following behind him. Letting Xiaobai see him beating people up for no reason would hurt his upright image in Xiaobai's heart. That was why Li Mu had her stay at the Yamen to cultivate instead of following him around. Wang Wu followed behind Li Mu with a look of reverence. In the past few days, he was completely convinced by this new constable. Upholding justice for the people, punishing evil, and upholding justice. This was the constable of the people. The sons of some officials in Luoyang were evil, but he was even more evil than them. He went to the Ministry of Justice as if he was drinking water and eating. He had beaten people up, but in the end he could walk out of the Ministry of Justice unscathed. Who else in Luoyang could be like him? Constable Li, would you like a bowl of noodles? Constable Li, would you like a pear? There are 2 new girls in the brothel. Would you like to come and have some fun? In the past few days, Li Mu's name had spread throughout Luoyang. It was not because he was upholding justice for the people, nor was it because he was handsome. It was because he could walk out of the Ministry of Justice unscathed after beating up the sons of officials on the streets. This gave the people a lot of fun to watch. The people whom the constable of the Luoyang Yamen had attacked were all sons of officials who were used to being arrogant and despotic in the Luoyang. Seeing them being bullied and unable to do anything to Constable Li, the commoners were extremely pleased. Li Mu rejected the brothel madam's invitation. He looked ahead, searching for his next prey. At one point, his eyes lit up as a familiar figure came into view. It was Zhu Song, the son of the director of the Ministry of Rights. Li Mu had only been in Luoyang for 2 days, but he already had a grudge with him because of the horse riding incident on the streets. Zhu Song had been beaten a few times in the Ministry of Justice, but he had completely recovered in a few days. Wei Peng, who had been beaten the most, had probably recovered by now. Being beaten with a cane might take the life of an ordinary person, but these people were rich and definitely did not lack healing pills. At most, they would suffer some physical pain during the torture. Zhu Song had already seen Li Mu, but he didn't dare to look at him again. Over the past few days, he had investigated thoroughly. Li Mu had internal guards behind him. They were the Empress's lackeys and fangs. Although there were many people in Luoyang who could afford to offend him, it definitely did not include him, whose father was only a director of the Ministry of Rights. He simply turned around, planning to slip away as soon as possible. As soon as Zhu Song turned around, Li Mu appeared in front of him. Li Mu looked at Zhu Song and asked with a smile, "Isn't this young Master Zhu? Where are you going in such a hurry?" Zhu Song lowered his head, not daring to look at Li Mu. He said, "Just strolling around." Li Mu frowned and said, "Why don't you look at me when you speak? Are you looking down on me?" Zhu Song immediately raised his head and said with a sad face, "Arrester Li, it was all my fault. I was blind. I shouldn't have ridden on the street and provoked the imperial court. I won't do it again. Please forgive me." Li Mu looked at Zhu Song, stunned for a moment. If Zhu Song was as arrogant and despotic as before, beating him up would not be a big deal. But he suddenly turned over a new leaf and admitted his mistake. If Li Mu beat him up again, he would be in the wrong. A prodigal who turned over a new leaf was more precious than gold. If he could really repent in the future, he would be spared a beating today. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Behave yourself in the future. Let's go." "Thank you, Arrester Li." Zhu Song did not hesitate and quickly left. Li Mu sighed regretfully and continued to search for his next target. Suddenly, the sound of hurried horse hooves came from behind. Li Mu looked ahead and saw a young master riding on a horse. He crossed the road, causing the people to run away in panic. Riding on horses on the streets of Luoyang was common, but it was not so common. This was the second time Li Mu had seen it. He was about to chase after the young master when he felt something on his leg. He looked down and saw Wang Mu hugging his leg tightly. Li Mu asked, "What are you doing?" Wang Mu said bitterly, "Boss, we can't go. We can't afford to offend this person." Given Wang Mu's eyesight after following Li Mu for the past few days, he should already know who they could afford to offend and who they could not. Even in such a situation, Li Mu was still so determined to drag Li Mu along. This showed that this person's background was indeed not small. Li Mu asked, "Who is he?" Wang Mu said, "A disciple of the Zhou family." A disciple of the Zhou family. Although there were only 4 words, it was very important in the hearts of the people, officials, and nobles in Luoyang. Although the royal family had no relatives, and since the empress ascended the throne, the relationship with the Zhou family was not as close as before. But now, the Zhou family was undoubtedly the #1 family in Great Zhou. The Zhou family and their vassal forces controlled half of the imperial court. The Zhou family's ancestor was a peak 6th realm cultivator. The family recruited countless cultivators, including Dongxian. In Luoyang, even the Xiao family was inferior to the Zhou family. Lord Zhang had once warned Li Mu that the Zhou family was first among the people and forces that he could not afford to offend in Luoyang. Even if Li Mu had internal guards behind him, he could not afford to offend this family. Wang Mu hugged Li Mu's leg tightly and said, "Boss, listen to me. This is really not something we can afford to offend." Li Mu knew very well that he could be arrogant in front of the sons and grandsons of rank 5 and 6 officials in the name of internal guards. But he did not have the right to be arrogant in front of these people. In the end, before he had absolute strength and power, he was just someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. He walked a few steps and soon saw his next target. It was a young man dressed in luxurious clothes. He seemed to have drunk a lot and walked on the street drunk. Occasionally, he would smile at the girls passing by, causing them to cry out in surprise and hurriedly move away. An old man was following behind him at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. He should be a bodyguard. Wang Wu followed Li Mu's gaze. His hands, which had already let go of Li Mu's thighs, hugged him again. He said helplessly, "Lord, this is also not something we can afford to offend." Unlike riding a horse on the street, being drunk was not a crime. Smiling at women while drunk was not a crime. If it was not for the fact that he was usually arrogant and domineering in Luoyang and bullied the people, Li Mu would not have taken the initiative to offend him. He was just curious about the background of this young man who had a 5th realm guard. He looked at Wang Mu and asked, "Who is this?" Wang Mu said, "Crown Prince Ping, the former Crown Prince's cousin. He's from the Xiao royal family." The former Crown Prince usually referred to the previous emperor of the Great Zhou. However, he had only been on the throne for less than a month before he died. The people and officials of Luoyang did not call him the former emperor. According to Lord Zhang's reminder to Li Mu, the Xiao royal family was ranked 2nd, just below the Zhou family. The Great Zhou court had been swayed by these two forces since 3 years ago. The Xiao royal family wanted to regain the emperor's aura after the empress abdicated and return the power of Great Zhou to the right track. The Zhou family wanted the empress to pass the throne to the Zhou family's descendants and change the surname of the Great Zhou royal family. These two forces had an irreconcilable fundamental conflict. Among the various forces in Luoyang, some leaned toward the Xiao family, some leaned toward the Zhou family, some leaned toward the empress, and some remained neutral. Even though the Zhou family and the Xiao family were locked in a fierce battle in court, they would try their best to avoid offending each other outside of court. Some people could not be offended for the time being. Those who could be offended had been in seclusion for the past 2 days. Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Forget it. Let's return to the court." Ministry of Justice. Several officials gathered together. The atmosphere was rather gloomy. Preposterous. Too arrogant. Lawless. Simply lawless. The director of the Ministry of Justice looked at the furious director of the Ministry of Rights, the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, the minister of Taichung Temple, and a few other officials. He rubbed the space between his eyebrows but did not speak. His son had been beaten 100 times and had not fully recovered even now. His concubine had been causing trouble at home every day. The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue looked angrily at the director of the Ministry of Justice and asked, "Sir Yang, don't you have a way to deal with that Li Mu? What can I do?" The director of the Ministry of Justice had been extremely irritated these past 2 days. Seeing that the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue was vaguely blaming him, he said impatiently, "The Ministry of Justice is the Ministry of Justice of the Great Zhou, not my Ministry of Justice. When the officials of the Ministry of Justice do things, they have to abide by the law. Although that Li Mu is arrogant, everything he does is within the law. What do you want me to do?" The director of the Ministry of Rights said, "Is there really no way at all?" The director of the Ministry of Justice said angrily, "That brat is more cunning than a fox. He is more familiar with the laws of the Great Zhou than I am. He also has the internal guards behind him. Unless the silver is abolished, no one can deal with him." Everyone looked at each other. They could all see a strong sense of helplessness in each other's eyes. In the past, when their children got into trouble, they were the ones who were in the wrong. They thought about how to use the Ministry of Justice to turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. But these past few days, the ones who were bullied were them. They were clearly officials of the imperial court. Their children were bullied, but they could not use the law to punish the culprit. The feeling of not being able to use the law to punish the culprit made them extremely depressed. The minister of Taichung Temple asked, "Is there no other way besides abolishing the silver?" The director of the Ministry of Justice shook his head and said, "No. Changing the law had always been the responsibility of the Ministry of Justice." The minister of Taichung Temple asked again, "What did the minister and the minister say?" The director of the Ministry of Justice said, "The two of them are busy every day. Why would they care about such a small matter? To them, the matter of paying for the crime was a big matter. However, to the assistant minister and the minister, helping the Shao royal family regain their power was the most important thing. An insignificant change to a law was simply not worthy of their special attention." The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue gritted his teeth and said, "They must be doing this to abolish the silver law." Those who opposed the abolition of the law in the imperial court that day all suffered such revenge. The director of the Ministry of Rights asked, "Who was the one who sent the letter proposing the abolition of the silver law?" The director of the Ministry of Justice said, "The commandant of the divine capital, Zhang Chun." The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue suddenly slammed the table and said angrily, "That damned Zhang Chun. He actually set up such a trap for us. I will never forgive him." Chapter 218. At the Censorate. Lawless. This is lawless. Is no one going to do anything about such an evil official in the divine capital? Imperial censors, are you going to watch the divine capital be turned into a mess by this person? The officials whose families' juniors had been bullied gathered at the entrance of the censorate to block the entrance of the censorate. The censorate's door was shut tight and did not let them in. After shouting at the door for a while, Censorate poked his head out of the wall and said to them, "Dear censorates, this is the Ministry of Justice's matter. You should go to the Ministry of Justice's yamen." An official said angrily, "The Ministry of Justice told us to look for you, but you're looking for the Ministry of Justice. Who should we look for?" The censorate said, "I'm sorry. The censorate is only in charge of monitoring matters. You should report this to the Ministry of Justice." The official gritted his teeth and said, "Is the censorate not going to report such an evil official?" The censorate on the wall said regretfully, "This person's actions did not violate any law. It's not within the scope of the censorate's impeachment." Then he jumped off the wall and looked at his colleagues in the courtyard. He smiled and said, "I wonder who thought of this idea. It's amazing," one of the censorates mocked. "Now you want us to impeach him." Back in the imperial court, I wonder who was the one who strongly opposed the abolition of the scapegoat silver. Now that it's their turn, why did they change their attitude? Another censorate smiled and said, "This is called shooting yourself in the foot. This Commandant Zhang can even think of such an idea. He's a genius. Many officials in the censorate disliked the scapegoat silver law. Every once in a while, the imperial court would discuss the abolition of the scapegoat silver. However, due to the protection of the officials outside, the censorate's suggestion was rejected time and time again. In the end, the officials did not care who made the suggestion. The result was the same anyway. This time, many people did not know who submitted the scapegoat silver. However, after the incident in the divine capital, Wei Zhangquan's name was known by everyone. To be able to come up with a method of using violence to curb violence, using evil to curb evil, and making some people who defended the silver law of substitution suffer the consequences of their own actions. Anyone who heard this would have to say that they were impressed. In the current imperial court, there weren't many good officials who were dedicated to the people, dared to fight against evil forces, and didn't adhere to the rules. I'm not. I didn't. Don't speak nonsense. Inside the divine capital Yamen, Zhang Chun's face was filled with shock. He shouted, "What does this have to do with me?" Deputy Constable Sun said with a smile, "Sir, you don't have to hide it anymore. Who doesn't know that you were the one who sent the letter proposing the abolition of the substitute silver? You were also the one who instigated Constable Li's actions." Zhang Chun opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. He was the one who handed the memorial to Li Mu, and Li Mu was his subordinate. It was reasonable for others to have such a guess. But the problem was that he had only handed over the letter to buy a big house for his wife and daughter. He did not instruct Li Mu to do those things. In the end, not only did he not get the house, but he also became a scapegoat. This was purely a case of yellow mud falling into one's crotch. He couldn't explain it even if he wanted to. When he thought about how he had unknowingly offended so many officials and dignitaries, Zhang Chun was furious. He said angrily, "Go and find Li Mu for me." After a while, Li Mu came to the back of the yamen. Zhang Chun gritted his teeth and said, "Look at what you've done." Li Mu was worried about not being able to find the target. He came back to his senses and asked, "What's the matter?" Zhang Chun said angrily, "You're still playing dumb with me. They all think that I'm the one who instigated you to do this." What? Li Mu was shocked. He had worked hard to find the target and repeatedly used violence. He didn't hesitate to destroy the perfect image in Xiao Bai's mind. All this was to establish an image in the eyes of the people as a constable who didn't fear the strong and dared to fight against evil forces for the sake of the people's well-being. In this matter, he was definitely the number one person. When this matter was settled, all of the people's psychokinesis would be targeted at him. He was the one who did all the dirty work. Lord Zhang was just drinking tea in the yamen and took away the fruits of his labor. He was demoted from the number one person to the number two person. Was there any justice in this world? He stole the fruits of Li Mu's victory without much effort and gained the love and respect of the people. How could he be blamed for it? Zhang Chun was stunned when he saw the change in his expression. He asked, "You're still not willing to let me take the blame for you?" Li Mu said indignantly, "I worked hard to go against those officials and took the risk of being beaten and imprisoned in order to obtain psychokinesis from the people. Lord Zhang obtained all of this just by drinking tea in the yamen. You're still not willing?" The two of them looked at each other and saw the indignation in each other's eyes. Li Mu didn't expect that he would suffer retribution so soon after stealing Lord Zhang's psychokinesis. Zhang Chun also didn't expect that he would offend so many officials in Luoyang just because he wanted to move to another residence. He had to bear a burden that his life couldn't bear. Li Mu sighed in the end. He was just a small constable. Even if he wanted to take the blame, he didn't have the right to do so. Zhang Chun also sighed. He didn't want to offend people or cause trouble, but the people he offended this time were more than the people he had offended in his 10 years as an official. In the Ministry of Justice, the Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, the Minister of the Ministry of Rights, the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, the Minister of the Taichung Temple, and the others also sighed. The Minister-Counselor of the Ministry of Revenue said unwillingly, "Is there really no other way?" The Minister of the Ministry of Justice said, "There's no other way except to amend the law and abolish the Silver of Guilt." In the past, the Silver of Guilt Act was their umbrella of protection. Now, the Silver of Guilt Act was their death warrant. With Li Mu's arrogance, if this law wasn't abolished, their families' juniors wouldn't be able to leave their homes in the future. If they were caught by Li Mu outside, they would inevitably be beaten up. Unless they could hire a fourth realm cultivator to guard them at all times, but the price they had to pay was too great. How could they afford to hire a middle realm cultivator? Li Mu and Zhang Chun's goal was clear. If the Silver of Guilt Act wasn't abolished, his actions wouldn't stop. The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue suddenly said, "Can you add a restriction to this law? For example, if you want to use the Silver of Guilt Act, you must be an official." The minister of the Ministry of Justice shook his head and said, "That's impossible. This will destroy the foundation of the people's hearts in Great Zhou. Her Majesty won't agree, and most of the court officials won't agree either." Although the old party and the new party argued endlessly in the court, there were only disagreements over the succession of imperial power. Neither the new party nor the old party wanted to completely destroy the foundation of the people's hearts in Great Zhou. No one was willing to take over a Great Zhou whose foundation was destroyed. Of course, Her Majesty the Empress wouldn't agree to such a ridiculous thing for the sake of the people's hearts. Abandoning the idea of restricting the Silver of Guilt Act, the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue thought of his son who was still lying in bed at home and sighed. He raised his head to look at everyone and asked tentatively, "Why don't we abolish it?" The minister of the Ministry of Rights thought for a moment and nodded. "I agree. This can't go on." The minister of the Taichung Temple thought of his precious grandson's bruised eyes. After thinking for a moment, he also sighed and said, "In any case, this law is useless to us. If we don't abolish it, it will only become something that Li Mu can rely on. It's extremely disadvantageous for us." Chapter 219. Half a month ago, the Silver Law of Substitution was still a protective umbrella for the powerful and influential officials in Luoyang. Ever since Li Mu came to Luoyang, he put away the umbrella and used it as a weapon to whip them. The longer this law existed, the longer they would be threatened by Li Mu. After some discussion, they finally decided to abolish this law. Since this law could no longer be used by them, it could not be used by that damned Li Mu either. All along, those who opposed the abolition of the Silver Law of Substitution were here. As long as they all agreed to abolish this law, there would be no more resistance. The Ministry of Justice had always been in charge of making and changing criminal laws. The Minister of Justice said, "I need to ask the two of you about this." At the back office of the Ministry of Justice, the Minister of Justice asked, "You want to abolish the Silver Law of Substitution?" The Minister of Justice nodded and said, "The arrestor of Luoyang was ordered by the Commandant of Luoyang to do whatever he wanted with the Silver Law of Substitution. He made Luoyang a mess. If this law is not abolished, the Ministry of Justice will become a joke in Luoyang." The Minister of Justice did not have a son. He did not care whether the Silver Law of Substitution was abolished or not. He looked at the other person beside him and asked, "Assistant Minister Zhou, what do you think?" The Assistant Minister of Justice did not even raise his head and said, "It's a small matter. Let them decide." The Minister of Justice suddenly thought of something and said, "Assistant Minister Zhou, didn't you also advocate for reform and abolish the Silver Law of Substitution?" The Assistant Minister of Justice raised his head and said, "Yes, I was young and fearless. I always wanted to do something for the court. Unfortunately, I was not as lucky as this arrestor." The Minister of Justice said, "His fearlessness is quite similar to Assistant Minister Zhou in the past. But it's good that this law is abolished. At least Luoyang will be less chaotic." The Minister of Justice just smiled and said, "The chaotic atmosphere in Luoyang is not just because of the Silver Law of Substitution. I really want to see how far he can go." With the permission of the two officials, the Minister of Justice returned to his room on duty and began to think about abolishing the Silver Law of Substitution. He had no choice but to make this decision. He felt very depressed, but there was nothing he could do. Li Mu had taken their path, leaving them with no other path to take, so they could only destroy it. 2 days later, Ziwei Hall. When the director of the Ministry of Justice brought up the memorial from the Shendu military captain Zhang Chun again, his attitude changed. He actually supported the idea of the court abolishing the use of silver in lieu of punishment and changing it to a combination of silver and punishment. The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, the director of the Ministry of Rights, and the minister of Taichung Temple all stood out to support this idea. This action caused some of the people in the imperial court to drop their jaws. Every time someone brought up the idea of abolishing the punishment silver, these officials, led by the director of the Ministry of Justice, would stand out to oppose it. Just half a month ago, they had righteously refuted the abolition of the substitute sin silver. How could they change their minds one after another after only half a month? Of course, there were also a portion of people who knew exactly what had happened in the past half a month. It was because these people supported the substitution silver method that their children were forced to hide at home by the constable of the Luoyang Yamen. This matter had become a joke in the Luoyang Yamen. These people had picked up a rock, but in the end, they had only smashed their own feet. In the hall, an imperial censor stood out and asked the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue, "Lord Wei, didn't you say before that the substitute sin silver is an important source of income for the national treasury every year? The repair costs of the royal palace, the salaries of the officials, and the disaster relief funds for the various counties all come from here? Without the substitute sin silver, where will all this money come from?" Anyone could hear the mockery in the censor's words. The minister-counselor of the Ministry of Revenue said without blushing or skipping a beat, "Although the substitute sin silver has been abolished, in the future, if you break the law, you will be punished both with silver and punishment. Moreover, the amount of punishment will be higher than before." The worry of the Ministry of Revenue's income decreasing can be resolved. The censor then looked at the director of the Ministry of Rights and asked, "The substitute sin silver system was established when the previous emperor was still alive. If it is so easily overturned, is it not disrespectful to the previous emperor?" This was what he had said in the court half a month ago. The director of the Ministry of Rights blushed but quickly recovered. He said, "That was then and this is now. The court situation during the previous emperor's time is very different from now. We officials in the court cannot stick to the old ways. We must know how to be flexible. Only then can we better assist His Majesty in governing the country." The censor gave him a disdainful look but did not say anything else. After all, the abolition of the substitute sin silver was beneficial to the people. A few words of mockery were enough. If they were forced into a corner, it might backfire. Behind the curtain, the young female official slowly said, "Does anyone have any objections to the abolition of the substitute sin silver?" There was complete silence in the hall. Even the officials who usually opposed the law had turned to support the abolition. Even if the others did not want to, they would not stand out and express their selfishness. After a moment, the young female official said, "Since no one objects, the Ministry of Justice will immediately abolish the law. From now on, anyone who breaks the law will not be able to use silver as a substitute." Luoyang Yamen. Mr. Mei held the imperial edict in his hand and read it aloud. "Zhang Chun, the military captain of Luoyang, diligent and loyal to the people. He will be granted an official residence and become the minister of Luoyang." Zhang Chun smiled and took the imperial edict with both hands. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Mu stood aside and sighed to himself. He hated the fact that he had been working for others for years. He was the one who was busy outside. He was the one who was hated by the sons of officials. He was the one who had been in and out of the Ministry of Justice 7 times. In the end, Lord Zhang was the one who got the residence and was promoted by half a rank. Li Mu had worked hard for half a month and worked for him for nothing. After Mr. Mei finished reading the imperial edict, he walked to Li Mu and asked, "How much did you spend these days? I will report it to you when I return to the palace." Li Mu said, 30 taels. Mr. Mei raised his eyebrows and said in surprise, 30 taels? He was not surprised that Li Mu had spent too much, but that it was too little. The abolition of the substitute silver would benefit the present generation and the future generations. Many knowledgeable officials wanted to abolish the law, but they all failed in the end. It was obvious how difficult it was to do it. She was prepared to spend 3,000 or even 30,000 taels. She did not expect Li Mu to spend 30 taels. Li Mu nodded and repeated, "It was 30 taels. Most of it was spent in the Ministry of Justice. If it was not for the meal at the fragrance restaurant, 20 taels would have been enough. The most effective way to deal with evil people was to be even more evil than them. If you wanted to force the Ministry of Justice to submit, then you had to go their way and leave them with no way out. As long as you found the right way, the money was secondary." In the imperial garden of the palace, the empress was admiring a budding peony among the flowers. She said softly, 30 taels? Official Mei bowed slightly and stood behind her. He smiled and said, "In the past half a month, he has used the silver law of guilt substitution to its maximum. He only used 20 taels to beat up the sons of the officials from the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Justice. If that wasn't the case, why would those officials take the initiative to change the law?" The young female official beside her said, "After Her Majesty abolished the substitute silver law, the people of Fairy's capital responded very strongly. Everyone in Fairy's capital went to the state temple to pray." The empress looked away from the flower bud and said calmly, "Let's go out and have a look." She turned around and brushed the flower bud with her sleeve. In an instant, the peonies in the garden bloomed. On the streets of Fairy's capital, Li Mu and Wang Wu walked on the streets. There were not many people on the streets that used to be bustling today. At this time, most of the people in Fairy's capital went to the state temple to pray. The substitute silver law had tortured the people for more than a decade since the time of the previous emperor. Today, it was finally abolished. The people of Fairy's capital were grateful for Her Majesty's benevolence and went to the state temple to pray. This caused the idea of getting some telekinesis from the people to fail. However, although most of Li Mu's gains were stolen by Lord Li Mu because of the abolition of the substitute silver law, it was only for the imperial court. The people's trust in Li Mu would not decrease. This was all because of his punches on the streets of Fairy's capital. From afar, Li Mu saw a group of people coming from afar. They were all familiar faces to Li Mu. There was Wei Peng, the son of the vice-director of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhu Song, the son of the director of the Ministry of Rights, Xianxia, the son of the director of the Ministry of Justice, and the grandson of the minister of Taichung Temple. For the past few days, Li Mu had been waiting for them on the street for a long time, but they refused to come out. Now that he finally saw them, he couldn't beat them up for no reason because the silver art of crime substitution had been abolished. When they saw Li Mu, their first reaction was to turn and run. Later, they realized that the substitute silver law was abolished. What was there to be afraid of? They strode forward and focused their eyes on Li Mu. They were full of anger. Wei Peng suffered the most from Li Mu. His eyes were the fiercest, as if he wanted to eat him alive. Even though the bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice didn't hit him hard, he was still bedridden at home for nearly half a month. During this period, there wasn't a moment when he didn't think about taking revenge on Li Mu and washing away the humiliation he suffered that day. Li Mu glanced at him and said angrily, "What are you looking at?" Wei Peng smiled coldly and said, "What's wrong with looking at you?" Li Mu could not do anything to him. After all, the substitute silver law was changed. He had no reason to beat Wei Peng up. Not only did he have to be beaten up, but he also had to be fined a large sum of money. Seeing Li Mu standing there, Wei Peng twitched the corner of his mouth and asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" "This is not like you, Constable Li." Li Mu looked at him and said, "I'm warning you. Don't be too arrogant." Wei Peng mocked, "Being arrogant doesn't violate the law. Why don't you hit me?" Seeing that Li Mu still did not do anything, the mocking expression on his face became more obvious. He arrogantly moved closer to Li Mu's ear and said in a low voice, "Our matter is not over yet." Li Mu picked his ear and said, "What did you say? Speak louder. I can't hear you." Wei Peng raised his voice and said, "Our matter is not over yet." Li Mu looked at him and asked, "Are you threatening me?" Wei Peng laughed coldly and said, "So what if I'm threatening you? Is it against the law?" Everyone had mocking expressions. Only Yang Xiu, the son of the director of the Ministry of Justice, was stunned in place. In the next moment, he said in shock, "Wei Peng, shut up." As the son of the director of the Ministry of Justice, he had a much deeper understanding of the laws of the Great Zhou than Wei Peng and the others. Using words or violence to threaten and intimidate an official of the imperial court was truly against the law. If the circumstances were minor, they would be detained for 5 days or less. If the circumstances were serious, they would be detained for 5 days or less and be fined money. Xianxia wanted to remind Wei Peng, but it was already too late. You don't know, right? Threatening me is really against the law. Li Mu looked at Wei Peng and shook his head. Let's go and sit in the yamen. In the future, remember to read more books. There's no harm. Chapter 220. Wei Peng and the other officials' ignorance of the law was outrageous. According to the laws of Great Zhou, threatening, insulting, and slandering others were not serious crimes. However, if they caused a certain degree of harm to the person involved, they would still be fined and imprisoned. Officials and bailiffs were all government officials. Threatening a government official was an additional crime. Li Mu had kindly taught Wei Peng this law. Wei Peng was still in disbelief. He looked at Xianxia and asked, "Is what he said true?" Xianxia nodded helplessly and said, "It's true." Wei Peng's face paled. He squeezed out a smile and said, "I was just joking." Li Mu's face darkened. He said, "Do I look like I'm joking with you?" Wei Peng turned and ran without hesitation. Just as he was about to leave, Xianxia grabbed his arm tightly. Wei Peng turned around and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "You idiot. You can only be detained for 5 days if you threaten a government official. Resisting arrest and running away is not a matter of 5 days." Li Mu looked at him again. As expected of the son of the director of the Ministry of Justice. His awareness of the law was much stronger than Wei Peng's. Wei Peng stood there in a daze. His face was full of regret. Li Mu glanced at him and said, "What are you standing there for? Let's go." He held Wei Peng's arm behind his back and walked toward the Luoyang Yamen. Xianxia looked at Zhu Tsong and said, "Isn't Minister Counselor Zheng of the Ministry of Rights also the Minister of Luoyang? Go and invite him. Maybe Wei Peng won't have to go to jail." Zhu Tsong shook his head and said, "It's no use. His Majesty just decreed that the Minister of Luoyang will be promoted to the Minister of Luoyang. Minister Counselor Zheng will no longer be the Minister of Luoyang." Xianxia sighed and said, "Then there's nothing we can do." A moment later, in the prison of the Luoyang Yamen, Wei Peng sat in the prison. His face was extremely pale. No one knew whether it was because of fear or anger. Xianxia looked at Wei Peng in the cell and said, "There's no other way. You caused trouble first. My father can't save you. I can only wrong you to stay here for a few days. If you need anything, I'll buy it for you." Wei Peng gritted his teeth and said, "I want a copy of The Law of Great Zhou." When Li Mu and Wang Wu walked on the streets again, the number of commoners on the streets had increased. He had only been in Fairy's capital for a month, but the feeling he got when he stood on the streets of Fairy's capital was completely different from before. When he first came to Luoyang, the people he met on this street did not help the elderly when they fell, nor did they help when they encountered injustice. Their gazes were indifferent and their expressions were numb. They were very wary of each other. Now, Li Mu could no longer see much indifference and numbness on their faces. On the surface, the abolition of the silver of guilt law placed the officials and nobles of the divine capital on the same level as the common people. This was the first time in more than a decade that the people of the divine capital were united like never before. This was naturally beneficial to maintaining the stability of the country. It was also beneficial to Li Mu. Although he was not well known in Fairy's capital, there were still many people who could recognize him when he walked on the streets. As Li Mu walked, a steady stream of psyche power gathered on his body. If he did a few more good deeds that pleased the people, their trust in him would gradually turn into love and respect. This would allow his 7 emotions to be fulfilled. The shopkeeper of the noodle stall poked his head out of the shop and said to Li Mu, "Constable Li, would you like to sit down and have a bowl of noodles?" It was mealtime. This noodle stall was very tasty. The constables of the yamen often patronized this stall. Li Mu sat down beside the stall and said, "2 bowls of noodles, please." The shopkeeper quickly brought out 2 bowls of steaming hot noodles from the shop and said, "I knew it. Constable Li must have a reason for beating up those official sons. Now that the silver of guilt law has finally been abolished, it's good that it was abolished. In the past, the law didn't even treat us common people as humans. Your arrival in Fairy's capital is truly a blessing for the people. Everyone is very grateful to you. Li Mu put down his chopsticks and said with a smile, the person you should really be grateful to is Her Majesty. If it wasn't for Her Majesty, the silver of guilt law wouldn't have been abolished. Li Mu knew very well why the officials of the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of Justice could tolerate him repeatedly jumping around in front of them. It was because he had the internal guards behind him. Furthermore, the internal guard's protection of Li Mu was ordered by the current Empress. Up until now, he had not even met the Empress. He also didn't know when he would truly be able to ride on her coattails. Compared to the Empress, the temptation of a 28-year-old 7th Realm powerhouse was even greater for Li Mu. The successive emperors of the Great Zhou had a different cultivation shortcut from any other cultivator. The wisp of emperors qi nurtured in the Imperial Ancestral Temple could create an upper realm powerhouse for the Imperial family. It was precisely because the Empress received the recognition of the Ancestral Temple that she obtained this wisp of emperors qi that she successfully ascended to the 7th realm. She also had the qualifications to become an emperor. Li Mu, who was eating noodles beside the noodle stall, didn't see the three figures standing behind him. It wasn't just him. None of the passers-by on the street saw them. Seeing that there was no one around, the shopkeeper of the noodle stall said, 3 years ago, when Her Majesty just ascended to the throne, there was still a lot of criticism in Fairy's capital. However, everyone has to admit that in these 3 years, everyone's lives have been much better than before. Speaking of which, I've even seen Her Majesty once, Li Mu said in surprise. You've seen Her Majesty? The shopkeeper nodded and said, I've seen her before. However, at that time, Her Majesty wasn't Her Majesty, nor was she the crown princess. She even ate noodles at my place. At that time, I never would have thought that she would become Her Majesty the Empress. Wang Wu finished his soup and put down the bowl. He said with disdain, Stop bragging. When Her Majesty wasn't the crown princess, she was still the Zhou clan's legitimate daughter. Why would she come here to eat noodles? The shopkeeper glanced at him and said, Believe it or not. After saying that, he went inside to get busy. Wang Wu wiped his mouth and said, This old guy doesn't even blink when he lies. Her Majesty is of noble birth. Why would she come to this kind of place like us? Li Mu didn't know much about the thigh he wanted to hug. His knowledge of the Empress was limited to hearsay. Wang Wu grew up in Fairy's capital and often collected information about the rich and powerful families. Perhaps he knew more than Li Mu. He looked at Wang Wu and asked, How much do you know about Her Majesty? Speaking of this matter, Wang Wu began to talk non-stop. That's a lot. Her Majesty is the youngest daughter of Grand Tutor Zhou. She is devastatingly beautiful and has a very high cultivation talent since she was young. When she was 20 years old, she had already entered the 5th realm. Devastatingly beautiful? Li Mu said suspiciously, Didn't they say that after she married the crown prince, he didn't like her? If she's so beautiful, why wouldn't he like her? In Li Mu's subconscious mind, although the Empress' cultivation was high, she shouldn't be that beautiful. Otherwise, why would she still be a virgin when she became the Empress? If it wasn't because she was too ugly, then the rumors were wrong. Wang Wu looked around and said in a low voice, Boss, I don't know. The crown prince likes men. This isn't a secret in Fairy's capital. Li Mu was stunned. He also lowered his voice and gossiped. So the rumors that Her Majesty is still a virgin are true? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. The hairs on his body stood on end, and his entire body shivered. Chapter 221. Behind Li Mu, where no one could see, Mr. Mei looked anxious. The young female official looked angry. Finally, a beautiful woman with a noble temperament glanced at him. The next moment, 3 figures appeared in the imperial garden of the imperial palace. The young female official's face was livid. She said coldly, This person is audacious. How dare he criticize Her Majesty behind her back? I'll put him in the internal guard prison right now. Mr. Mei opened his mouth. He wanted to plead for Li Mu, but he didn't know what to say. Criticizing Her Majesty behind her back was a serious crime if she wanted to punish him. The beautiful woman's expression was calm. She didn't seem angry. She said lightly, "Forget it. He just made a great contribution to abolishing the act of substitution. If he is imprisoned, how will he explain it to the people? Since he has contributed to the great show, I'll spare him this time." Since the Empress had spoken, the young female official couldn't say anything else. Mr. May breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "Your Majesty is merciful." The Empress said, "You can leave now. I want to admire the flowers alone." The Empress spoke again. The two of them bowed and said, "We'll leave now." The two of them turned and walked out of the imperial garden. In the imperial garden, the graceful and noble temperament of the beautiful woman was gone. Her pretty face was cold. She stomped her feet and gritted her teeth. "I'm so angry." The next moment, her figure disappeared again. Li Mu returned to the yamen and went home with Xiao Bai. There were many versions of the gossip about the Empress in Luoyang. However, she lived in the depths of the imperial palace for a long time. Even when she went to court, there would be a curtain blocking her. Even the ministers of the court had never seen her face. Therefore, Li Mu had no way of knowing whether she was tall or short, fat or thin, beautiful or ugly. However, Li Mu didn't care about that. As long as she had money and power and could provide him with cultivation resources, it was fine. When he returned home, Li Mu checked the formation he had set up. He didn't find any signs of it being invaded. He had offended too many people this time around. Just in case, it was better for him to find some time to buy some materials to reinforce the formation and raise its prowess to another level. After all, the divine capital wasn't like the North County. A Zhu Shun cultivator was already considered a strong cultivator in the North County, but in the divine capital he was just an ordinary follower of the officials. Only in the middle realm would the situation improve. There were still very few cultivators in the sixth realm. At this level, breaking through to the upper three realms was often the only goal they pursued. It was very difficult for the imperial court to use them. The fifth realm was the cornerstone of the imperial court, but they were not people that the minor officials Li Mu had offended could order about. He only needed to increase the power of the formation by one level so that it could trap a fourth-level cultivator. As Li Mu was thinking this, he suddenly tripped and lost his balance, falling to the ground. Xiao Bai froze for a moment, then immediately ran over and helped Li Mu up. Li Mu patted the dust off his clothes and looked back. The place he had just walked through was flat and there were no potholes. How did he trip? After cultivating for so long, Li Mu's agility and reflexes were dozens of times higher than before, but he didn't react at all just now. He scratched his head in bewilderment and continued to walk forward. Bang! After 2 steps, Li Mu tripped again and almost fell. If it wasn't for his quick reflexes, he would have fallen flat on his face like before. He opened his heavenly eye and looked around vigilantly. He didn't find anything unusual. It was still the same after he used his heavenly eye. From the beginning to the end, the corpse dog's soul didn't show any signs of alertness. This meant that his body didn't feel any danger. Li Mu looked around and started to doubt himself. Did something go wrong with his cultivation? Did his limbs become uncoordinated and he couldn't even walk? After tripping twice, Xiao Bai took the initiative to support Li Mu so that he wouldn't trip again. This time, they returned home smoothly. Li Mu returned to his room and sat cross-legged on the bed. He held 2 pieces of spiritual jade and cultivated. Under the stimulation of his psyche power, the spiritual energy in the spiritual jade was absorbed by him at an incredible speed. Xiao Bai also sat cross-legged opposite Li Mu and focused on cultivating. After absorbing the 2 pieces of spiritual jade, Li Mu's consciousness entered the flask heaven space again. He found that there were no more spiritual jades in it. The spiritual jades that he had snatched from the county government last time were mostly distributed to Lu Hanyan, Wanwan, and Xiao Bai. He had used up all the remaining spiritual jades during this time. Looking out the window, Li Mu found that it was already late. He lay down and prepared to sleep. Xiao Bai crawled over from the end of the bed and lay down quietly beside Li Mu. Li Mu closed his eyes and his breathing quickly became steady and long. In his sleep, A thick white fog suddenly appeared in front of Li Mu's eyes. A dream! Li Mu stood in the white fog and clearly realized this. A cultivator refined his 3 spiritual and 7 physical souls. His consciousness and body were all under his control. It had been a long time since he dreamt of his own accord. The fog in front of him surged. Li Mu saw a pavilion appear in the fog. There seemed to be a figure in the pavilion. He slowly walked towards the pavilion. Dreams reflected one's subconscious. Li Mu was very curious about what was in his subconscious. When he approached the pavilion, he could vaguely see the figure in the pavilion. It seemed to be a woman. However, Li Mu couldn't see clearly because of the fog. As Li Mu approached, the woman in the fog in the pavilion slowly turned her head. Li Mu thought that he would see Lu Hanyan, Li Qing, or Wanwan in his dream. However, when the woman turned around, Li Mu saw an unfamiliar woman. The woman had black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. She had willowy eyebrows and watery eyes. She exuded a holy and noble aura. She was extremely beautiful and didn't pale in comparison to Xiao Bai. Facing Xiao Bai every day, Li Mu wasn't that surprised by her beauty. He was just a little puzzled. Why would an unfamiliar woman appear in his dream? Could it be that he subconsciously wanted to have a beautiful encounter with her in God's capital behind Lu Hanyan's back? That was impossible. After coming to God's capital, Li Mu had always kept himself clean. He had rejected the brothel madam's offer of a lifetime of free sex. The only woman he had interacted with was Mr. May. Li Mu couldn't possibly have any impulse towards her. He looked at the woman curiously. What would happen between his subconscious and the unfamiliar woman in his dream? As soon as this thought popped into his mind, the woman in the pavilion suddenly disappeared before his eyes. Then, a huge force came from Li Mu's buttocks and he was sent flying. When he turned his head again, he saw that a whip had appeared in the woman's hand. She flicked her hand lightly and the shadow of the whip flew towards him. Li Mu wanted to dodge, but he realized that his body couldn't move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the whip lashed his body. Push, 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 push. The long whip in the woman's hand lashed Li Mu's body over and over again. The pain was actually real. Although it wasn't unbearable, Li Mu's heart was filled with shame. Why would he have such a dream of being lashed by a strange woman with a whip? At this moment, Li Mu even suspected that he had some strange tendencies in his heart. In the dream, the woman waved the whip angrily, causing a few more whip shadows to appear. In the room, Li Mu suddenly jumped up from the bed. He opened his eyes and panted heavily. Xiao Bai crawled up and looked at him worriedly. "Benefactor, what's wrong?" she asked. Li Mu looked at his surroundings and came back to his senses after a long while. He shook his head and said, "It's nothing. I just had a dream." He lowered his head and looked at his body. There were no injuries or pain. The dream just now had been so real that he couldn't tell whether it was a dream or not. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. After waking up, Li Mu had a deep self-doubt. Why would there be such a thing in his subconscious? Could it be that he had awakened a certain attribute in his heart after witnessing others being beaten? Li Mu heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. He stopped his wild thoughts and lay down again. After having such a nightmare, his energy was somewhat overdrawn. After lying down, he quickly fell asleep again. The next moment, the familiar fog appeared before his eyes again. The beautiful woman stood in the fog and looked coldly at Li Mu. She said coldly, "You still dare to come back?" Li Mu's body stiffened. He saw several whip shadows coming at him again. Chapter 222. As soon as he closed his eyes, he saw the familiar woman and the familiar shadow of the whip again. Li Mu was dumbfounded. How could one continue to dream? He seriously suspected that something had gone wrong with his cultivation and that he had encountered a nightmare or inner demon. At this moment, Li Mu felt as if he had been suppressed by a ghost. His body on the bed could not move, and his body in the dream could not move either. He could only watch helplessly as the whip landed on his body, bringing him a wave of burning pain. Even though he knew that he would not be hurt in reality, he was still angry and humiliated. In his own dream, he was actually bullied by a wild woman who came out of nowhere. Who could tolerate this? Although his body could not move, His mind was not restricted. This was his dream. Everything in the dream was under Li Mu's control. However, even though he was in a dream, he still needed to be extremely calm to be able to completely control the dream. Li Mu closed his eyes and silently recited the clear heart mantra to keep his mind clear. After a while, he opened his eyes again. Boom! A bolt of white lightning descended from the sky and struck the woman's head. Everything in the dream was an illusion. Even though the woman was extremely beautiful, Li Mu did not show any mercy when he destroyed her. The woman only raised her head to look, and the white thunderbolt collapsed instantly. Li Mu was dumbfounded again. Just now, the woman had taken away his control of the dream. Whose dream was this? Li Mu was unwilling to admit defeat. The thunderbolt in the fog exploded again, but this time, the white thunderbolt turned purple. It was the advanced purple heaven thunderbolt. The woman did not even raise her head. She only waved her sleeve and the purple thunderbolt collapsed again. Li Mu imagined again that a flying sword appeared in the fog. The flying sword split into 2, then 4, and finally thousands of sword shadows slashed at the woman. The woman gently raised her hand. The fog behind her surged and turned into a white fog hand, wiping away the sword shadows. After erasing the sword shadow, the white misty hand did not disappear. Instead, it reached forward and grabbed Li Mu. Then, the misty hand suddenly turned into several thick tentacles and bound Li Mu's limbs. Li Mu's whole body was spread out in the air. The shadow of a whip appeared in front of his eyes again. Boo! On the bed, Li Mu's body bounced up again. His whole body was drenched in cold sweat. His breathing was rapid, and the lingering fear in his heart had not disappeared. Xiaobai got up from beside him and gently patted his back. She asked worriedly, "Benefactor, did you have a nightmare again?" "What the hell?" Li Mu touched his chest and could feel his heart beating violently in his chest. That dream was so real, it was as if he had really been ravaged by that woman in the dream. Not only did he have nightmares, he even had nightmares consecutively. Li Mu's expression changed slightly as he muttered, "Could it be that I've really encountered my inner demons?" Inner demons were something that almost every cultivator would encounter in the process of cultivation. They were the flaws and obstacles in a cultivator's mind, consciousness, and psychology. Hatred, greed, delusion, lust, obsession, and delusion could all lead to the creation of inner demons. With inner demons, one's cultivation would stagnate in the short term. In the serious case, one would go berserk and even be in danger of losing one's life. For example, Li Qing, a cultivator who had cultivated bit by bit and painstakingly, had an unusually strong mind. Even if inner demons appeared, they could easily overcome them. Because of his special constitution and sufficient resources, Li Mu's cultivation speed was far beyond the reach of most cultivators. The training and improvement of his mind could not keep up with the growth of his dermic powers. This was something that could not be avoided. Therefore, he had always been worried about inner demons. Many cultivators ended up as lunatics because they could not overcome their inner demons. Li Mu felt that he might have encountered his inner demons. The forms of inner demons were ever-changing. Everyone's inner demons were different. They were formed from the flaws and obstacles in a cultivator's mind. The woman in his dream was so violent. Was it because he had taken the initiative to find trouble and beat up so many nobles in the Immortal's capital? Was that why such a violent inner demon had appeared? Li Mu could not be sure if this was a coincidence. He lay down again and closed his eyes. In the fog, the woman held the whip in one hand and looked coldly at Li Mu. Again! Li Mu looked at her with grief and anger and left the dream. He sat on the bed with a gloomy expression. The first time was an accident, the second time was a coincidence, but the third time could not be explained by accident or coincidence. He might have really encountered his inner demons. It was not an illusion, but Li Mu's own dream. The woman in his dream was also a figment of his subconscious mind. Even Li Mu himself could not control it. If he did not overcome his inner demons, he might not be able to sleep peacefully in the future. It was impossible for him to sleep tonight. Li Mu walked to the courtyard alone. He looked at the full moon above his head and felt melancholy. He did not know that opposite him, A figure that did not exist in this space was looking at him indifferently. Xiaobai walked out of the room and sat beside Li Mu. He asked with a worried expression, "Benefactor, what happened?" Li Mu did not want him to worry. He shook his head and said, "Nothing. I just miss your sister Lu and Wanwan. I can't sleep. You go to sleep first." Wanwan sat beside him and said, "I'll stay here with you, benefactor." The next morning, Li Mu came to the government office listlessly. Zhang Chun, who had just experienced a housewarming and a promotion, saw Li Mu's expression and said with a smile, "The emperor's heart is unpredictable. His Majesty did not reward you this time, but there will be another chance." This was what Li Mu had once said to him. Now he gave it back to Li Mu. Last time he had done so much. In the end, the emperor only rewarded Li Mu. This time, from beginning to end, it was Li Mu who did all the work. In the end, he was the one who was promoted and moved. Zhang Chun finally felt a little better. Although the emperor had only rewarded him with 2 rooms, far from being able to compare to Li Mu's 5 rooms, it was enough for their family. His daughter had her own courtyard. He finally did not have to worry that his daughter, who was separated by a wall, would hear him and his wife at night. Last night he was happy until midnight. When he woke up in the morning he felt refreshed. On the other hand, Li Mu must not have slept well last night. In reality, Li Mu did not sleep at all last night. As soon as he closed his eyes, his inner demons would take the opportunity to invade. Last night he had been ravaged by that woman 8 times in his dreams. His entire person was about to collapse. After arriving at the government office, Li Mu returned to his courtyard at the back of the government office and tried to fall asleep again. This time, he fell asleep quickly. Moreover, the woman did not appear. Li Mu was slightly happy. He tried a few more times, but the woman still did not appear. He let out a long sigh of relief. Perhaps the inner demons did not appear every time. If he had that kind of nightmare every time he fell asleep, he was afraid that his entire person would collapse. Feeling a familiar aura appear in the courtyard, Li Mu got out of bed and walked into the courtyard. He asked, "Sister May, what's the matter?" Mr. May said, "Nothing. I'm just here to see you." Li Mu said regretfully, "I thought the emperor finally remembered and was ready to reward me." Mr. May glanced at him and said, "Hasn't the emperor rewarded you enough? What else do you want?" Thinking of the 2 Earth-class magic treasures and the 5-sectioned house, Li Mu did not say anything in the end. Even if the substitute silver was abolished, he had contributed the most but did not receive a reward. However, the reward before was enough to cover all his contributions. Mr. May pretended to look away from him casually and said, "The emperor is the ruler. You are the subject. You have to be more respectful to the emperor." Li Mu felt strange and said, "I have never seen the emperor. How can I respect the emperor?" Mr. May said, "What I mean is that you cannot be disrespectful to the emperor in private. You also cannot criticize the emperor. You have to protect the emperor." Li Mu thought about it. Although he was a little gossipy about the current empress, he still respected her and had always protected her. He did all these things and risked further offending the old party because he wanted the empress to win more people's hearts. The streets of Luoyang were empty, and the people rushed to worship the state temple. Wasn't that his protection of the empress? Nevin was the empress's guard, so he should know her well. Li Mu's gossipy heart was ignited again. He asked Mr. May, "Sister May, you are always with the emperor. You should know her well. What kind of person is the emperor?" Mr. May stared at him and said, "Have you forgotten what I just said?" Li Mu explained, "I am just taking precautions. I am afraid that I don't know enough about the emperor. If I do something in the future that offends the emperor," Mr. May said, "don't worry. The emperor's kindness and generosity are far beyond your imagination. Even if you offend her, she won't care." Chapter 223. Li Mu had no doubt that the empress was benevolent. Although she hadn't been on the throne for long, she had always been benevolent when she was on the throne. She would often consider the people's feelings. In the case of the evil spirit in Riyang County, the county magistrate's family had been slaughtered. She didn't follow the usual rules, but followed the people's wishes and pardoned Xiaoyu. However, Li Mu didn't really believe that she was magnanimous. Women were creatures that held grudges. This had nothing to do with their identity, personality, or position. Lu Hanyan wouldn't sleep with Li Mu that day because he said the wrong thing. Li Qing would also find a random reason to make Xianxia patrol the streets for 3 days because of his blabbering. The Empress had a high position and power, but she was only 28 years old. Although women at this age could be considered mature, their hearts often hadn't changed from that of a young girl. On the other hand, young girls were fickle and calculative. They were often not magnanimous. Of course, whether or not the Empress was magnanimous didn't have much to do with Li Mu. He was a firm supporter of the Empress. He would only protect her and wouldn't take the initiative to offend her. Mr. Mei and Li Mu had a strange conversation and then left the government office. Li Mu was confused. He felt that there was a hidden meaning in her words, but he couldn't figure out what exactly she meant. Li Mu stopped guessing. In order to confirm whether or not what happened last night was an accident, he forced himself to sleep again. He tried countless times in the morning, but that woman didn't appear even once. Li Mu finally felt relieved. Until now, the cultivation world only knew a little about inner demons. Some people's inner demons didn't take form. It was just a kind of emotion. This kind of emotion would make people unable to calm down and hinder cultivation. This was the lowest level of inner demons. High-level inner demons could affect the owner's personality and even spiritual wisdom. Some cultivators with weak wills would be invaded by inner demons and lose their spiritual wisdom. They would completely fall into the demonic path. High-level inner demons could even manifest another personality and fight with the cultivator for control of the body. Li Mu was worried that he would encounter such inner demons. However, it was strange that the inner demon formed in his subconscious was a woman and had such a special fetish. In his dream, that woman was terrifyingly powerful. Li Mu couldn't defeat her at all. Fortunately, she didn't appear after last night. Li Mu planned to observe her for a few more days. If she didn't appear in the next few days, it would mean that last night was just a coincidence. 3 days later, in the morning, Li Mu was holding on to Xiao Bai. Stroking Whitey's smooth fur, Li Mu's heart was completely at ease. In these 3 days, the woman in his dream didn't appear. Once an inner demon was born, it would be uncontrollable. After 3 days of peace, it was almost certain that the series of dreams that night were not because of an inner demon. Although Li Mu didn't know the specific reason, as long as it wasn't because of his inner demons, everything was fine. He came to the county yamen in high spirits. Zhang Chun looked at him in surprise and asked, "What happy event did you encounter? Why are you so happy?" Li Mu said, "I slept well, so of course I'm in good spirits." Zhang Chun nodded and said, "That's right. It's more comfortable to sleep in a big house. If you have time, come to my house for tea." Li Mu waved his hand and said, "Next time when I have the chance." Hearing him mention a big house, Li Mu's heart began to ache again. This was a classic example of someone who took advantage of others but didn't want to admit it. Commandant Zhang, no, it should be Prefect Zhang now, was flushed with success these days. He had been promoted and moved. Most importantly, all of this should have been Li Mu's. He had very well taken revenge for the suffering and exhaustion he had suffered that day. In the end, Li Mu enjoyed the fruits of his labor. Li Mu didn't want to see Zhang Chun. He walked into a room and asked Wang Wu, "How has Wei Peng been in prison these days? Did he cause any trouble?" Today was the last day Wei Peng was released from prison. Li Mu had been worried about his empress and had almost forgotten about him. Wang Wu shook his head and said, "He's been reading books in prison." Li Mu was surprised and asked, "Reading books?" "Books." Wang Wu said, after he went in, he had Yang Xiu give him a copy of The Laws of Great Zhou. These days, other than eating and sleeping, he's been reading books. One wasn't afraid of hooligans being bold or cultured. One was afraid of hooligans being bold, cultured, and understanding of the law. After Wei Peng had suffered a few losses at Li Mu's hands, he seemed to have learned his lesson and decided to use the law to defeat the law. If he really was familiar with the laws of Great Zhou, perhaps he really could cause some trouble for Li Mu. At the very least, it wouldn't be so easy for him to fish next time. This was a matter for the future. Li Mu didn't care about Wei Peng anymore. He walked out of the government office and patrolled the streets. As a constable, patrolling wasn't Li Mu's responsibility. However, for the sake of psychokinesis, he would do such a small thing himself. The people still greeted him warmly, but there was very little psychokinesis left in their bodies. This was because a large part of the psychokinesis had been taken by Zhang Chun. In addition, it had been a few days since the previous incident. The popularity was no longer there. It was impossible for the people to continue producing psychokinesis. If he wanted to continue to obtain psychokinesis, he had to do something to make them produce psychokinesis. However, after the abolition of the Crime Substitution Silver Act, most of the children of officials in Shandu quieted down. Li Mu couldn't just go up and beat them up indiscriminately. In the past, it was to promote the reform. Now, there was no legitimate reason. The sound of horse hooves approached from afar. 3 figures on horseback galloped past the intersection not far in front of Li Mu. After the abolition of the Crime Substitution Silver Act, very few people rode on horses on the streets. Li Mu had seen this person once. It was the Zhou clan's descendant that Wang Wu had advised Li Mu not to provoke. The people pointed in the direction that the Zhou clan's descendant had left and discussed animatedly. Li Mu thought for a moment and chased after them with large strides. It wasn't easy to obtain the psychokinesis of the people. The more others didn't dare to do it, the more he wanted to do it. Li Mu had just reached the end of the street when he suddenly heard an uproar in front of him. It was mixed with the cries of the people. Li Mu's expression changed. He quickly ran toward the crowd in front of him. The Zhou clan's descendant was still riding on his horse. There was a long trail of blood on the street in front of the horse. A few feet in front of him, a figure lay on the ground. It was an old man. His chest was caved in as he lay on the ground, no longer breathing. Golden light surged in Li Mu's eyes. He did not discover the old man's 3 souls. There was only a faint wisp of soul power floating above the old man's corpse. He was already dead. The 7 physical souls were still present, but the 3 souls were already scattered. The 3 souls of mortals would gradually weaken with illness and age. At the end of their lives, they would no longer be able to turn into Yin spirits. Only those who had an extremely strong obsession and resentment when they were alive would have the possibility of turning into Yin spirits if they died a wrongful death. The people surrounded the old man from afar and shook their heads in pity as they looked at him lying on the street. When the 3 of them rode over, the passers-by all dodged. The old man was old and his legs were inconvenient. He did not dodge in time and was accidentally sent flying dozens of feet. Given his age, he was most likely dead. "What are you doing? What are you all doing here?" A few bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice parted the crowd and walked out. When they saw the old man lying on the street, the leader took a few steps forward and stretched out his finger to check the old man's breathing. His face instantly darkened and he said in a low voice, "He's dead." He raised his head and pointed at the young man on the horse. He cursed, "Bastard." Zhou, Minister Zhou. When he saw the person on the horse clearly, he trembled and immediately said, "We still have important matters to attend to. Goodbye." After saying that, they quickly slipped out of the crowd and disappeared. When the crowd saw this, their faces darkened and they shook their heads. Although the Ministry of Justice was not on the same side as the Zhou family, even they did not dare to offend the Zhou family. The 2 middle-aged men had already dismounted from their horses. Their faces were ugly. They glanced at the young man and said, "Third young master, you go back first. We will take care of this." The young man glanced at the old man and frowned. Just as he was about to turn his horse around, he was blocked by a figure. "It's Constable Li!" The crowd exclaimed. The young man looked coldly at Li Mu and said, "Get out of the way." When the young man opened his mouth, Li Mu could smell the strong smell of alcohol. After driving his horse under the influence of alcohol and killing people, he still wanted to escape the scene. Li Mu said coldly, "Get down from the horse." The young man's face was filled with murderous intent. He swung his horse whip and charged directly at Li Mu. Fleeing after killing people and still dare to attack. Li Mu leaped up and kicked the young man's chest. The young man was kicked off his horse. Fortunately, a middle-aged man caught him in the air. Li Mu Han angrily kicked out, The force of his kick wasn't light. However, the young man's chest actually trembled. He was only sent flying by Li Muhan's kick and wasn't injured. Even so, his face was filled with anger. He pointed at Li Mu and said to the two middle-aged men, "Kill him." The two middle-aged men's faces were bitter. This little ancestor was really spoiled. If he killed one person with his horse, there was still room for negotiation. If he killed this official, they were afraid that it would cause a lot of trouble. One of them looked at Li Mu and said, "This is the young master of the Zhou family's fourth master." He was worried that Li Mu did not know Director Zhou, so he introduced himself first. The name Zhou family was second only to His Majesty in Fairy's capital. If he was smart, he would know what to do. Li Mu's face darkened. "I don't care about the young master of the Zhou family or the Wu family. I am a constable who receives a salary from the country. This person killed people on the street. If I let him go just like that, how can I face His Majesty and the people of Fairy's capital?" The crowd was excited. Constable Li is indeed worthy of his reputation. There were also people who looked worried. This is the Zhou family. How can Constable Li go against the Zhou family? The people from the Ministry of Justice watched from afar. Although they were not on good terms with Li Mu and even had some grudges against him, they had long forgotten about their past grudges. The leader of the constables looked at Li Mu with a complicated expression. "I'm really impressed this time." The person beside him shook his head. "You have to be impressed." The last constable opened his mouth wide and said, "This guy is really not afraid of the heavens or the earth." Chapter 224. Seeing that the constable did not back down even after hearing about the Zhou family, the Transcendent Realm Cultivator looked at the other person and said, "I'll stop him. You take the young master back first." Of course, the Zhou family's disciples could not be taken away like this. This was their duty as guards. Once they reached the Zhou family, everything that happened would be shouldered by the Zhou family. It would have nothing to do with them. Anger rose in Li Mu's heart. It was one thing to ride a horse on the streets. People like Wei Peng Xianxia and Zhu Tsong were just a little arrogant and liked to bully people with their power. The people suffered some losses and did not dare to speak out. But this person from the Zhou family was different. He rode a horse while drunk and killed people on the streets. Not only did he not feel any remorse, he became even more arrogant. A fresh human life was nothing in his eyes. The two Transcendent Realm Cultivators clearly did not care about this human life either. Li Mu looked at them and said coldly, "Killing, fleeing, resisting arrest. According to the laws of Great Zhou, you can be executed on the spot as a warning to others." The middle-aged man was a Transcendent Realm Cultivator. He stood in front of the Transcendent Realm Cultivator and said with a smile, "You can try." Li Mu looked at him and asked, "Are the lives of people so cheap in your eyes?" The middle-aged man shook his head and said, "I cannot let you take the young master away. This is my duty." Li Mu looked at him coldly and said, "Sorry, this is also my duty. I am arresting the murderer according to the law. Those who stop me will be punished as well." As he finished speaking, a sword light slashed towards the middle-aged man's head. Swoosh! The middle-aged man pulled out the long knife at his waist and blocked it. Clang! After the sound of metal clashing, the long knife in his hand broke in two and fell to the ground with a clang. At the same time, one of his arms fell to the ground. With Li Mu's current cultivation, using Bai as a regular weapon was actually not enough. After all, Bai was only in the Shen class. Its greatest use was Madame Chu, who could provide Li Mu with level 4 mana. If he used Bai alone against level 4 cultivators, this sword would instead weaken the power he could unleash. Therefore, when he swung his sword down, he sent Bai into the Flask Heaven Ring and replaced it with the Qingxian sword. An ordinary sword strike had broken the middle-aged man's saber and severed his arm. His mystic-ranked high-grade weapon was broken into two, and at the same time, his arm was broken as well. The middle-aged man stared blankly for a moment, then his complexion greatly changed. He hurriedly used his other hand to take out a piece of fulu and stuck it on the severed arm. Only then did he manage to stop the madly gushing blood. He sat on the ground and circulated his magic power to regulate his breathing. Before the other middle-aged man could leave with the young man, He saw this shocking scene. Li Mu pointed his sword at the two of them and said indifferently, "Killing and fleeing, one of you try to escape?" The remaining middle-aged man's face turned ugly. He didn't expect a spirit condensation cultivator to have such a divine weapon. But he still had to take the young master away. He grabbed the young man's shoulder, and the two of them rose into the air, ready to leave. Li Mu waved his hand and threw out a piece of fulu. The fulu turned into a ray of golden light and entered the middle-aged man's body. He only felt the magic power in his body stagnate, and he suddenly couldn't circulate it. Both he and the young man fell from the sky. He hit the ground and stared at Li Mu. He asked, "Do you really want to become enemies with the Zhou clan?" It wasn't Li Mu who became enemies with the Zhou clan, but the Zhou clan who became enemies with him. And this wasn't the first time. This time, it was time to settle the old and new scores together. Of the two middle-aged men, one was severely injured with a severed arm, and the other's magic power was sealed. Li Mu walked in front of the young man and said, "You want to escape after killing someone? Do you think there are no laws in the Immortal's capital?" It seemed that he wouldn't be able to escape today. The young man wasn't afraid. He only looked at Li Mu mockingly and said, "Let's go." He didn't have anything on him. Li Mu looked at the bailiffs from the Ministry of Justice who were hiding in the distance. He saw one of them holding a metal chain and said from afar, "Lend me your metal chain." The bailiffs looked around, threw the metal chain on the ground, and silently retreated. Li Mu waved his hand and the metal chain flew into his hand. He tied up Zhou Chu and walked to the old man who was hit. He sighed and looked around. He asked, "Who is willing to help me carry the old man's body to the county yamen?" The crowd was in a commotion. Soon, a man stood out and said, "Constable Li, I'll do it." Li Mu saluted him. "Thank you." The man grinned and said, "It's my duty." Li Mu held the metal chain in his hand as if he was leading a dog. Zhou Chu followed behind him. The two middle-aged men followed closely behind him. Wherever they went, the streets were in an uproar. Why did that man lose an arm? It's so scary, isn't that young Master Zhou of the Zhou family? Why is he chained up? What crime did he commit? Does it matter what crime he committed? What matters is who dared to arrest him. Didn't you see? The one holding the chain is Constable Li. Other than Constable Li, who else in Luoyang would dare to do such a thing? This is going to be a big show. It's the Zhou family, show my ass. I'm worried about Constable Li. If something happens to him, who will redress the grievances of the people of Luoyang? At the entrance of Luoyang Yamen, Wei Peng was greeted by Yang Xiu and Zhu Kong. After 5 days in prison, he looked haggard. His hair was messy, his eye sockets were dark, and his beard was unshaven. However, he was in high spirits. He held a thick copy of the Great Zhou Law in his arms and said regretfully, "If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have suffered so many losses at the hands of Li Mu." Yang Xiu looked at him and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Wei Peng looked around and said, "I'm not done with him yet. I'm going to..." Before he could finish, he suddenly saw a group of people walking toward the yamen. The one walking in front was Li Mu, whom he had been thinking about day and night for the past 5 days. At this moment, Li Mu's face was gloomy and murderous. He held a metal chain in his hand. A person was tied up behind the chain. Wei Peng recognized him at a glance. He was Zhou Chu of the Zhou family. This was the kind of person he usually met on the streets and needed to avoid. But now, Zhou Chu was being chained up by Li Mu like a dog. Beside Zhou Chu were his 2 bodyguards. One of them had a broken arm and half his body was dyed red with blood. The glaring red color made Wei Peng dizzy. Yang Xiu's attention was on Wei Peng and did not see this scene. He asked curiously, "What are you going to do?" Wei Peng swallowed and said, "I'm going to study the Great Zhou Law carefully after I go back. I think we were wrong in the past. I must be a law-abiding person in the future." Yang Xiu was stunned. He thought he was hallucinating. In the next moment, he seemed to have realized something and he looked forward. He was startled when he saw Li Mu walking towards him with an iron chain that had Zhou Chu tied to it. Wei Peng and the other 2 blocked the yamen door. Li Mu said in a deep voice, "Move." Before Yang Xiu could react, he was pulled away by Wei Peng and the other 2. Li Mu brought Zhou Chu and the other 2 in. They could still smell the pungent smell of blood. Xianxia said in disbelief, "Am I seeing things?" Li Mu caught Zhou Chu. Zhu Tsong swallowed and said, "You're not seeing things. That's Zhou Chu." Xianxia was still in disbelief. Although Zhou Chu was not a direct descendant of the Zhou clan, he was one of the most difficult people to provoke among the Zhou clan disciples. He was the kind of person that no one dared to look at when walking on the streets. He murmured, catching Zhou Chu, "Is he crazy?" Wei Peng's face was a little pale. He said, "This person doesn't want to live. We'd better not provoke him in the future." At the back of the yamen, Zhang Chun was tasting tea. For the past 2 days, he had been in a very good mood, especially when he saw Li Mu's gloomy expression. He had to let him have a taste of the bitterness in his heart at that time. Thinking like this in his heart, when he saw Li Mu walk in with a cold face, the smile on his face became bigger. He said, "Li Mu, sit down and have a cup of tea." Li Mu said, "No, there's a murder case that needs to be heard by Darren." What? Zhang Chun immediately lost the mood to drink tea. He stood up and asked solemnly, "What kind of case?" Li Mu said briefly, "Someone was drunk and rode a horse on the street. An old man was killed. I've brought him back. Darren needs to deal with him." Zhang Chun strode to the front of the yamen and said angrily, "Outrageous, who is so bold?" Li Mu said, "Zhou family Zhou Chu." Zhang Chun's footsteps stopped. His face was a little pale. He turned back and asked, "Which Zhou family?" Li Mu looked at him and said, "There's no doubt. It's the Zhou family that Darren is thinking of." Zhang Chun's body swayed. He held the wall to steady himself. He looked at Li Mu and said angrily, "I just took advantage of you a little. Do you have to treat me like this?" Chapter 225. Zhang Chun looked at Li Mu and felt like he had nothing to live for. He had just offended some of the officials in the old party and was even labeled as a member of the new party. In the blink of an eye, Li Mu had captured the Zhou family members. The Zhou family was the core of the new party. All the officials in the new party had to rely on the Zhou family for survival. Now, in the vast Luoyang, there was no place for Zhang Chun in the old party or the new party. He knew that the residence given to him by His Majesty was not for nothing. What he owed now, he would have to pay it back one day. But Zhang Chun did not expect this day to come so soon. Zhang County magistrates were furious. Li Mu also felt wronged. That was a human life, a living human life. Even if he wasn't a bailiff and didn't have this responsibility on his shoulders, as a mere human, he couldn't just watch as Zhou Chu arrogantly left after committing murder. But as a constable, he was only responsible for arresting people. After he was arrested, Lord Zhang would have to take the blame. This seemed unfair to him. Should he ask His Majesty to transfer him to the Ministry of Justice through Mr. Mei? Li Mu was thinking about the feasibility of this idea. Zhang Chun's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "Wait, I am now the Minister of Luoyang. You can go to the Commandant of Luoyang to solve the case." Li Mu shook his head and reminded him, "Although His Majesty promoted you, he did not appoint you as the Commandant of Luoyang. You are still in charge of all matters in the Luoyang Yamen." Zhang Chun was stunned. If that's the case, this official's promotion was for nothing? Li Mu nodded. "You can see it that way." The light in Zhang Chun's eyes dimmed again. He covered his face with both hands and said angrily, "What a sin!" After a while, he removed his hands from his face. His eyes changed from hesitation to determination. He seemed to have made a decision. Yang Xiao, Zhu Tsong, and the others were still at the entrance of the yamen. Zhu Tsong stood outside and looked inside. He asked, "What do you think they will do?" Yang Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't know either. But according to the law, if a horse kills someone, he should pay with his life." Wei Peng glanced at him and said disdainfully, "You're the son of the director of the Ministry of Justice. There are many different situations when a horse hits someone. It's impossible to generalize." "What do you mean?" Zhu Tsong asked. Wei Peng thought for a moment and said, "There are several situations when a horse runs into someone and causes death. If you didn't break the law and ride a horse on the official road and someone rushes out from the side and is killed by the horse, the responsibility is on him. You only need to pay a small amount of money." If he was walking on the official road and you accidentally killed him while riding a horse, the responsibility would be on you. You would have to compensate for all the losses. But because it was just a mistake, you don't have to pay with your life and you don't even have to go to jail. Not only do you have to take full responsibility for killing someone with your horse after drinking, you will also have to go to jail. This is under the circumstances where riding a horse is allowed. Riding a horse is not allowed in Luoyang. That's another crime. Riding a horse while drunk is another crime. Murder and escape is another crime. Resisting arrest is another crime. Wei Peng flipped open the Law of Great Zhou in his hand and said, "What Zhou Chu did was extremely bad. If it were someone else, it wouldn't be too much to sentence him to death." Zhu Tsong swallowed his saliva. He suddenly felt that compared to Zhou Chu, his image was suddenly lofty. Although he also liked to ride a horse on the streets of Luoyang, he didn't dare to ride too fast. He would give the people blocking his way time to dodge. He just wanted to show off and didn't want to kill someone. Wei Peng walked into the yard of the yamen and said, "Let's see what they will do." In the court of the Luoyang yamen, the old man's body was lying flat on the ground. After the coroner of the yamen examined the injuries, he said, "Your Honor, the victim's sternum is all broken. He died from the collision." Zhang Chun looked at the old man and closed his eyes. After a while, he slowly opened them and looked at Zhou Chu. He said, "Offender Zhou Chu, you broke the law by riding a horse while drunk on the streets of Luoyang and killed an innocent old man. On the way to escape, you resisted arrest. Countless people on the streets witnessed it. Do you plead guilty?" Zhou Chu had sobered up. He looked at him indifferently and said, "I plead guilty." "It's good that you plead guilty." Zhang Chun sat back in the main seat and said, "According to the Law of Great Zhou, Book 5, Article 13, if you break the law by riding a horse on the streets of Luoyang and cause serious injury or death, you will be sentenced to more than 10 years in prison. You rode a horse while drunk and attempted to escape after killing someone. You also ordered your subordinates to attack the yamen arresters of Luoyang. The circumstances are extremely bad and have caused serious consequences. I sentence you to be executed and immediately sent to the Ministry of Justice for review." Zhou Chu shrugged and said indifferently, "As long as you like it." Zhang Chun said, "Men, throw these 3 into prison first." 2 yamen runners walked over with fear on their faces. Zhou Chu looked at them with disdain and said, "Where's the prison? I'll walk by myself." Seeing Zhou Chu being taken away without fear, Li Mu did not feel relieved. This was because he knew that this was not the end, but only the beginning. Zhang Chun walked down from the court and patted his shoulder. He said, "Don't be discouraged. You didn't do anything wrong." Li Mu was actually a little embarrassed to face Zhang Chun. As a subordinate, he had never let Zhang Chun be at ease. Everything he did in Luoyang was actually because he had a strong backing. He was just a small official. The old and new parties could not suppress him through the court. If they wanted to use secret methods, they would have to send out a 6th realm cultivator. Even if it was a 6th realm cultivator, Li Mu could temporarily hold them off for 15 minutes. If they wanted to get rid of Li Mu secretly, they would have to send out a 7th realm cultivator. A cultivator of that level was a deterrent in both parties. They were used to keep the empress in check. They would not listen to the orders of the Zhou clan or the Shao clan, and they would not care about a small official like Li Mu. Therefore, although Li Mu's status was low, he could do whatever he wanted in Luoyang. However, Zhang Chun was different. He was as timid as a mouse, but he had a strong sense of justice. He wanted to hide from everything, but whenever he needed to stand up, he would stand up without hesitation. This time, he had completely offended the Zhou clan. Li Mu looked at him and asked, "Have you thought it through, sir?" Zhang Chun let out a long sigh and said, "I didn't get promoted for nothing, and I didn't live in this house for nothing." "This is life," Li Mu asked. "Sir, do you mean that you've accepted your fate?" Zhang Chun shook his head and said, "We'll make a big deal out of this, the bigger the better. We'll make it so that both the new and old parties can't tolerate me. Then I can be transferred out of Luoyang." Li Mu thought about it carefully and realized that Zhang Chun had a good plan. He was the minister of Luoyang. His position was not high, but it was not low either. Even if he offended both the new and old parties, As long as he did his job well and did not commit crimes or use his power for personal gain, neither party could do anything to him. They could only use some power to push him out of this position and transfer him far away. Out of sight, out of mind. This was exactly what he wanted. No wonder he gave Zhou Chu's case such a harsh verdict. Of course, Zhou Chu's bad behavior had a huge impact, but he probably already had this idea before he decided on the case. Li Mu gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Good, you're really good." Zhou Chu rode his horse on the streets of Luoyang and killed innocent people. He was arrested by the Luoyang Yamen and later sentenced to death by the minister of Luoyang. When this case spread out, it caused a sensation in Luoyang. What shocked people was not that Zhou Chu rode his horse and killed people, but that the Luoyang Yamen dared to sentence the Zhou family to death. Although Zhou Chu was not a direct descendant of the Zhou family, his status in the family was not low. The minister of Luoyang had made a mortal enemy of the Zhou family by doing this. Zhou Chu was just a small sixth-rank official. If he went against the Zhou family, he would not have a good ending. After this, he might not even be able to keep his position. In the Luoyang Yamen, less than 15 minutes after Zhou Chu was locked up, a man in an official's uniform hurried into the Yamen. When the Yamen saw him, they immediately bowed and said, "Greetings, Minister of Luoyang." The man looked angry and asked, "Where's Zhang Chun?" One of the Yamen pointed and said, "Minister Zhang is at the back of the Yamen." Soon, Zhang Chun, who was drinking tea at the back of the Yamen, saw the minister of Luoyang. He had only heard about it but had never seen it before. Before him, the Luoyang Yamen was dispensable. Even the officials there were officials from other departments. They would not come to the Yamen on a normal day. As the minister of Luoyang, this was his first time seeing the minister of Luoyang. The minister of Luoyang reprimanded him, "Your men captured Zhou Chu and you sentenced him to death?" Zhang Chun said, "Zhou Chu was drunk and rode his horse to kill people. He fled and resisted arrest. Is it wrong for me to sentence him to death?" The minister of Luoyang gritted his teeth and said, "Do you know who he is?" Zhang Chun said calmly, "I don't care who he is. If he broke the law, he should be punished according to the law. The last one who bent the law was beheaded by His Majesty." The minister of Luoyang explained, "What I mean is that you don't have to punish him so harshly. You can take him into custody first and judge him slowly." Zhang Chun asked mockingly, "Take him into custody first and drag it out until the people forget about it. Then close the case hastily. Is this how the Luoyang Yamen used to do things?" The minister of Luoyang pretended not to hear Zhang Chun's mockery. He said, "It's better for you, me, and everyone else." Zhang Chun shook his head and said, "I'm sorry. I can't do that." The minister of Luoyang said with a sullen face, "From now on, I'll take over this case. You don't have to worry about it anymore." Zhang Chun shrugged and said, "Do as you wish. I've sent the file to the Ministry of Justice anyway. We're just waiting for their approval." The minister of Luoyang pointed at him and said angrily, "You?" Zhang Chun asked, "What about me?" "Your future is gone." The minister of Luoyang said coldly and turned to leave in big strides. Zhang Chun walked out of the door and exhaled deeply. He exclaimed, "Nice." He stood in the courtyard and was silent for a while. Suddenly, he looked at Li Mu and asked, "Are you close to Mr. Mei from the internal guards?" Li Mu nodded and said, "Not bad." Zhang Chun thought for a moment, then said, "Next time you see her, help me ask if the residence bestowed by His Majesty can be sold." Chapter 226. In fact, Li Mu had already investigated Lord Zhang's question. Other things bestowed by Her Majesty, such as silk and magic treasures, could be dealt with on their own, but not official residences. Official residences bestowed by Her Majesty or the Imperial Court could be modified, renovated, or even rebuilt, but they couldn't be sold. When officials left Shindu, they had to return the deeds to the house and the land. In other words, whether it was Lord Zhang's 2-sectioned house or Li Mu's 5-sectioned house, they still belonged to the Empress and the Imperial Court. After hearing this, Zhang Chun sighed and said, "What a loss." Li Mu didn't want to discuss the mansion with him anymore. He asked, "What happened to Zhou Chu?" Zhang Chun shook his head and said, "Even if there are many people from the old party in the Ministry of Justice, I'm afraid they won't be so opposed to the Zhou family. The conflict between the old party and the new party is about the succession of the throne. Other than that, they're actually the same kind of people. They're all privileged people in the Great Zhou. Moreover, Her Majesty's surname is Zhou. Li Mu thought for a while and said, if Her Majesty favors Zhou Chu, then I don't want to be a constable in Shindu. Zhang Chun suddenly became alert and said, where do you want to go? Li Mu said, back to Beijun. Maybe I'll enter the ancestral court of Fu Lu School. He came to Shindu to win the love of the people, to obtain psychokinesis, and to obtain cultivation resources from the Empress. All of this was on the premise that Li Mu approved of the Empress. If the Empress's actions disappointed him, Li Mu would change his mind. Big love and small love were all love. Being in love with the woman he loved and cultivating both yin and yang could not only fulfill the 7 emotions, but also speed up his cultivation. Although his cultivation speed might not be as fast as hugging the Empress, at least he wouldn't be bullied. After hearing that Li Mu was going to the ancestral court of Fu Lu School, Zhang Chunming heaved a sigh of relief. After thinking for a while, he said, actually, I think that it's much better for you to enter the ancestral court of Fu Lu School than to be a servant in Luoyang. Why do you have to be so tired every day? Why don't you just resign? Do you know how to write a resignation letter? If not, I can help you. Zhang Chun was very active in urging Li Mu to resign. Li Mu waved his hand and said, let's see how it goes, Zhou residents. The news of Zhou Chu's drunkenness and his execution by the Luoyang Yamen had already reached the Zhou mansion. Even the maids and servants of the Zhou mansion found it hard to believe. Before Her Majesty became the Empress, the Zhou family was one of the most prominent families in the Immortal's capital. It had been many years since something like this had happened to the Zhou family. After leaving the Luoyang Yamen hurried to the Zhou mansion and was led by the gatekeeper. After walking for a long time and passing through countless moon gates, he arrived at a courtyard in the Zhou mansion. There were many important people in the Zhou mansion and he was not qualified to meet most of them. Therefore, he went directly to Zhou Chu's father, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Works, Zhou Ting. As soon as he entered, Zhou Ting asked, how did it go? The Luoyang Yamen gritted his teeth and said, that damn Zhang Chun. He's determined to go against you. I was too late. He's already submitted the verdict to the Ministry of Justice for review. I'm afraid we can't get around them. Zhou Ting's face darkened. He said coldly, Zhang Chun, I'll remember this name. He glanced at the Luoyang Yamen and said, all right, you may leave. After the Luoyang Yamen left, Zhou Ting walked out of the room and disappeared under the sunlight. Ministry of Justice. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong, was flipping through a case file. At a certain moment, he closed the file in his hand and glanced at the door. The 2 doors slowly closed. He looked at the empty space opposite him and said, aren't you afraid of being criticized for coming to the Ministry of Justice, Lord Zhou? Zhou Ting's figure appeared on the chair opposite him. Zhou Ting picked up the teacup on the table and drank the tea in one gulp. He said, if you didn't know I was coming, who did you make this tea for? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice smiled and asked, what do you think of the tea? Zhou Ting frowned and said, I'm not here to drink tea. I only want to ask you one thing. What do you want me to do for you to let my son go? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice shook his head and said, your son was drunk and rode a horse. After killing a commoner, he tried to escape and resisted arrest. His actions were terrible. The Luoyang Yamen sentenced him to death. It's reasonable. Zhou Ting looked him in the eye and said, you should know that I have many ways to protect him. Going through the Ministry of Justice is the simplest way. I don't want trouble, but I'm not afraid of trouble either. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice thought for a while and said, we want the position of county lieutenant of Nanyang County. Zhou Ting did not hesitate and said angrily, don't you think you're asking for too much? The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice shook his head and smiled. He said, does Lord Zhou think that your son's life is not worth the position of county lieutenant of Nanyang County? Zhou Ting was silent for a while and said, this is not something I can decide. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice said, then let someone who can make the decision talk. Zhou Ting looked at him and his figure gradually faded. After 15 minutes, he reappeared on the chair opposite the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice. He said calmly, "The position of County Lieutenant of Nanyang County is yours." The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice threw the file aside and said, "Although he can avoid execution, his actions are too terrible. Even if the victim's family forgives him, he can still be locked up for a few years for killing, fleeing, resisting arrest, and resisting arrest. There shouldn't be a problem for him to hide outside and return to the Luoyang County after a few years, right?" Zhou Ting said, "No. Before the Substitution Silver Act was abolished, this case was just a little troublesome and could be settled with silver. However, now that the Substitution Silver Act was abolished, it was not easy for anyone to settle a murder case in the Luoyang County with simple methods." He glanced at the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice again and his figure faded away. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Zhou Zhong, had the same surname as him, but he firmly supported the old faction of the Shao family and was the political enemy of the Zhou family. However, sometimes, the most trustworthy person was the enemy. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice looked at the file sent by the Luoyang County government and shook his head. He said softly, "What will you do?" The Luoyang County government. Li Mu was still patrolling outside when he received a message from Wang Wu. The Ministry of Justice had rejected Lord Zhang's request to be executed. The government had its reasons to execute him, but the Ministry of Justice also had their reasons to reject it. The reason given by the government was that Zhou Ting was drunk and riding a horse, causing death. Later, he attempted to flee and resisted arrest. His actions were too terrible and he should be sentenced to death for manslaughter. The Ministry of Justice did not approve it because the Zhou family had compensated the deceased's family with a large sum of money and the old man's family had written a letter of forgiveness. Under normal circumstances, for manslaughter and unintentional murder, as long as the family was forgiven, the government would give a lighter sentence. Once Zhou Ting was forgiven by the deceased family, he would be able to escape death. This was in accordance with the law, even in Li Mu's later life. Li Mu returned to the government office. Zhang Chun shook his head and said, "There's nothing we can do." The deceased's family was not well off. The Zhou family compensated them with a large sum of money, enough for them to live the rest of their lives without worry. The deceased's family wrote a letter of forgiveness and the Ministry of Justice decided to give a lighter sentence. Zhou Ting will be sent to Jiujiang County to serve 3 years of hard labor. Wang Wu sighed and added, "Jiujiang County, they are all members of the new party." Zhou Chu just changed his place to be happy. Jiujiang County is far away from Chengdu. Zhou Chu will be more comfortable in Jiujiang County than in Chengdu. Deputy Constable Sun walked in and said to Li Mu, "Constable Li, there's someone outside who wants to see you." Li Mu walked to the entrance of the government office and saw a middle-aged couple leading a boy and a girl around 7 or 8 years old. Li Mu looked at them and asked, "Who are you?" The middle-aged couple knelt on the ground. The man looked ashamed and said, "Constable Li, we're not here for the money. You can't beat the Zhou family. Luoyang can live without us, but it can't live without you. Please forgive us." As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, Li Mu knew who they were. They were the old man's family. After receiving the Zhou family's money and writing a letter of forgiveness, Zhou Ting's sentence was changed from death to exile. Li Mu helped them up and said, "I know you didn't do anything wrong. My condolences." He could tell that the couple was sincere and there was no falsehood in their words. Although Li Mu also hoped that people like Zhou Ting could be executed as soon as possible to prevent him from harming the people in the future, for this family, the dead could not be brought back to life. The current ending was the best ending. Li Mu was already very gratified that they were thinking of him. After sending the couple off, Li Mu returned to the government office. Zhang Chun sighed and said, "Don't take it too hard. You've already done a lot for Luoyang and the people of the Great Zhou. If the money for substitution is not abolished, you'll still see him often in Luoyang in the future." An hour later, people from the Ministry of Justice came and took Zhou Ting away from the government office. The outside of the government office was filled with onlookers. Their expressions were indignant. They wanted Zhou Ting to die, but there was nothing they could do. After staying in the prison for a few hours, Zhou Ting walked out of the government office again. When he walked in front of Li Mu, he looked at him with a smile and said, "I told you, it's useless." Li Mu's expression was calm as he looked at him indifferently. "We'll meet again. Perhaps it won't take 3 years. At that time, I hope you'll still be here." The smile on Zhou Ting's face gradually disappeared. He looked at Li Mu and said, "You're the first person to let me know what the prison in Luoyang is like. It's not easy to meet such an interesting person. I really don't want to leave now." With that, he left. The 2 middle-aged men who went to prison with him also followed behind him. Zhou Ting took a few steps, then turned back and said to Li Mu, "By the way, after I leave, you have to pay more attention to that old man's family. You have to move out quickly. I heard that they live outside the city. Their house is made of straw mixed with mud. Who knows when it will collapse? They have to be careful on the road. There are many people riding horses outside. It won't be good if 1 or 2 people are killed." When he said this, he did not lower his voice. The onlookers widened their eyes. Extreme anger appeared on their faces. The threat. This was a naked threat. This person was actually so daring. He had just killed that innocent old man with his horse. Now he was threatening their family. Was there no law in Luoyang? Li Mu clenched his fists, then quickly relaxed them. Zhou Ting was very satisfied with his reaction. He smiled at Li Mu and said, "I'm just reminding you. I didn't do anything. You have to have evidence before you do anything. Don't accuse a good person." Li Mu said, "Whatever man does, God is watching. God is watching from above." Zhou Ting smiled disdainfully and said, "God? After so many years, I really want to see what God looks like. If you have the ability, let them come down." Li Mu had one hand in his sleeve. He pointed to the sky and raised his head. He shouted, "Damn God, if you have eyes, you shouldn't let good people be wronged. You shouldn't let such evil people harm the world." Zhou Ting sneered. When he looked up, his expression suddenly changed. Boom! A purple thunderbolt struck down from above. Puff! The purple thunderbolt struck Zhou Ting's head. A strange sound came from his chest. A Fulu card turned into ashes. Boom! After the first thunderbolt, another purple thunderbolt struck Zhou Ting's head. He was still unscathed, but the green brick under his feet exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, a substitute talisman in his sleeve burned. Boom! The third thunderbolt struck. A jade pendant on Zhou Ting's chest turned into dust. Boom! The fourth thunderbolt struck. Zhou Ting's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. He cried out in shock, "No!" This purple lightning completely engulfed his entire body. In the blink of an eye, only a charred pit was left. Zhou Ting's figure had completely disappeared. It was as if he had evaporated into thin air. The noisy streets suddenly became quiet. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Gulp. It was unknown who was the first to swallow a mouthful of saliva. Everyone turned to look at Li Mu in unison, including the 2 divine ability protectors around him. Li Mu was still pointing to the sky. He quietly removed the handprint in his sleeve. He raised his hands and said, "Don't look at me. It has nothing to do with me. You don't think that a third realm cultivator like me can release the heavenly thunder of purple cloud, do you?" Chapter 227. The street in front of the government office was silent. The commoners looked at the charred pit on the street, their faces filled with fear and confusion. Zhou Quan had already disappeared, but the scene of him being struck to ashes by the divine lightning from the heavens was still replaying in everyone's minds. The 2 supernatural power cultivators looked at the scene in a daze, their bodies turning cold. The purple heavenly thunder was dozens of times stronger than ordinary thunder techniques. It was a high-level thunder technique that could only be released by creation realm cultivators. Even if Zhou Chu had several life-saving trump cards, he could not withstand the continuous lightning from the heavens. The purple heavenly thunder had the power of the 5th realm. Even they could not withstand it. They could only watch as Zhou Chu turned to ashes, his soul dispersing under the purple heavenly thunder. As soon as the last thunder subsided, a figure dashed out of the divine capital office. Zhang Chun's expression changed. He asked, purple heavenly thunder? Who attracted the purple heavenly thunder? Li Mu shook his head, indicating that he did not know. Zhang Chun looked around and asked, "Where's Zhou Chu?" As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and said angrily, "How dare you? Zhou Chu is a sinner. He was taken away as soon as he was released from the government office. Does the Zhou family have no regard for the law?" Li Mu pointed at the pit on the ground and said, "Zhou Chu is there." Zhang Chun stared blankly at the charred pit on the ground. Li Mu explained, "Zhou Chu killed the old man. After he was released from prison, not only did he not repent, he even held a grudge. He threatened the victim's family in front of so many citizens and was disrespectful to the heavens. Finally, he angered the heavens and sent down several purple heavenly thunders. He died from the wrath of the heavens. Everyone here can testify." Zhang Chun said in shock, "Zhou Chu is dead? Struck to death by lightning?" The onlookers finally came to their senses and spoke. "The heavens have eyes, the heavens have eyes. The heavens are watching what people do. Even the heavens can't stand his evil deeds. Good strike, good strike. Even the heavens are upholding justice for us citizens. Good has its reward, evil has its retribution. The heavens are watching from above." Zhou Chu's actions just now had aroused the anger of the people. The people had seen him die from the wrath of the heavens with their own eyes. The joy in their hearts was indescribable. The guard with the broken arm came to his senses and pointed at Li Mu, angrily saying, "It's you, it must be you, you used a scheme to kill the young master." Li Mu looked at him and said, "You have to have evidence before you speak. If I could use the heavenly thunder of purple cloud, I would have destroyed you, who are worse than animals, long ago. Why would I wait until now?" The guard said, "Fu Lu, you must have used Fu Lu." Li Mu said coldly, "Did you see me use Fu Lu just now?" It was impossible for him to use the heavenly thunder talisman in front of everyone. The guard changed his words again. "Taoist technique? You use Taoist technique." Li Mu mocked, "It can make a cultivator of the third realm use the fifth realm heavenly thunder of purple cloud. If I knew this Taoist technique, the 4 sects and 6 schools of Buddhism and Taoism would have to worship me. Why would I need to stay in Luoyang and be bullied by animals like you?" The guard opened his mouth and was speechless. No matter what the cause of the young master's death was, someone had to bear the responsibility. If it was not this constable of the Luoyang government, it would be them. As guards, they would not live long if they let the young master die. He clenched his teeth and crushed the jade talisman in his hand. The moment the jade talisman was crushed, a strong aura shot up from the Ministry of Works. A figure stepped on the air and appeared at the entrance of the Luoyang government in an instant. Zhou Ting looked at the two and asked, "What is it? Where is the young master?" The one-armed guard lowered his head and said in fear, the young master was killed." Zhou Ting's expression changed. "What? My son is dead." The one-armed guard pointed at Li Mu and said, "Sir, this person killed the young master." He was furious. "Where is his body? Where is his soul?" The guard said with a trembling voice, The young master's soul has dissipated." Zhou Ting took a few steps back. As a fifth realm cultivator, he could not control his emotions. His body was trembling slightly. He grabbed the guard by the neck and lifted him up. He clenched his teeth and said, "What did you say? Say it again." The one-armed guard's eyes were wide open. He said with difficulty, The young master died under the heavenly thunder of purple cloud." Zhou Ting let go of his hand and threw him aside. He looked at Li Mu with a murderous gaze. Zhang Chun said hurriedly, "Sir, Zhou Ting died under the wrath of the heavens. So many people saw it with their own eyes. You can't blame anyone else." Zhou Ting looked at the charred pit under his feet. He closed his eyes and his lips trembled slightly. No one could hear what he said clearly. However, his cold and emotionless voice sounded in the ears of the two guards. "Kill this person, and I will ensure that your primordial spirits are not destroyed." The two guards looked at each other. Killing an official meant death. If the young master died, they would also die if they went back. Only by obeying the Zhou family would they have a sliver of hope. In the next moment, One of them drew his sword and slashed at Li Mu without hesitation. The other person's artifact had long been broken by Li Mu. He clenched a fist with one hand. His fist was suffused with white light. He punched at Li Mu's chest. "Return my young master's life." The sword light cut through the air. The fist created a sonic boom. It went straight for Li Mu's chest. Their speed was extremely fast, but there was someone who was even faster than them. Before the two of them attacked, Zhang Chun had already taken a step forward and blocked in front of Li Mu. After being blocked by Zhang Chun, the two of them paused slightly. They were about to push Zhang Chun back when they suddenly lowered their heads and looked at their chests. Two small golden swords pierced through their chests. Their hearts were pierced. The two of them died instantly. Just as their primordial spirits escaped, the two small swords came back and pierced into their primordial spirits. They exploded immediately. Their primordial spirits were completely destroyed by the self-destruction of the golden sword shadows. In Li Mu's hand, the last two sword talismans turned into ashes. He looked at Zhou Ting's father and said coldly, "Those who assassinate an official will be killed on the spot." "You are the constable of the divine capital?" Zhou Ting looked at him. His facial muscles trembled as he asked, "My son died because of you?" Li Mu felt the emotions of the people around him. He knew that this was a rare opportunity to gain their trust. He looked straight into Zhou Ting's eyes and said, "Zhou Ting died because of the wrath of heaven. Even if heaven doesn't kill him, I will kill him." "Then you can go to hell." With his only son dead, Zhou Ting had lost his last bit of rationality. A giant golden palm condensed behind him and slapped down on Li Mu's head. "How dare you? How dare you hurt people in the divine capital?" Zhang Chun's face was dark. He raised his hand and slapped out. The giant golden palm turned into specks of light and dissipated in the air. Zhou Ting's eyes narrowed. He looked at Zhang Chun with some caution. At this moment, Zhang Chun suddenly realized something. He spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered a few steps back. He sat on the ground and pointed at Zhou Ting. He cursed, "Zhou, how dare you try to murder an official of the imperial court in broad daylight? Do you have no respect for the law? Do you have no respect for His Majesty?" Li Mu helped Zhang Chun up. With a flip of his hand, a porcelain bottle appeared in his palm. He poured out a pill from the bottle and handed it to Zhang Chun. He said, "This is a healing pill. Lord Zhang, please take it." Zhang Chun swallowed the pill and smacked his lips. He looked at Li Mu and said, "That palm strike contained decades of experience. I'm seriously injured. This pill is good. Do you have more?" Li Mu gave him the entire bottle. He still had a few bottles of such pills. A figure was rushing over from afar. Soon, Li Mu sensed a familiar aura. Mr. May appeared beside Li Mu. He looked at the corpses of the two guards on the ground, then at Zhou Ting and Zhang Chun. He asked in a low voice, "What happened?" Zhang Chun pointed at Zhou Ting with a mournful expression. He said, "Mr. May, you have to help me. This man tried to murder an official of the imperial court. He didn't care about the law at all. He didn't care about Her Majesty at all." Mr. May looked at Zhou Ting and asked sternly, "Lord Zhou, is this true?" The inner guards obeyed the empress. Even Zhou Ting didn't dare to be arrogant in front of the inner guards. He suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "This man killed my son. I wanted to avenge him. Zhang Chun came to me voluntarily. I didn't try to murder an official of the imperial court." Mr. May was shocked when he heard the first half of the sentence. He looked at Li Mu and asked, "Zhou Ting is dead. Did you kill him?" Li Mu hurriedly said, "Lord May, you can't simply say that. Just now, these commoners were all here. A few hundred pairs of eyes were watching. Ask them, have I ever touched a single strand of hair?" Hearing this, many people defended Li Mu. "It has nothing to do with Constable Li. Zhou Ting was punished by the heavens. We all saw it. He was disrespectful to the heavens. That's why the heavens struck him with lightning. Everyone saw it. He didn't die in one strike. He was struck several times. I counted. He was struck 4 times. The 4th time, he was struck by lightning. There wasn't even a speck of dust left. Constable Li must have woken up the heavens with his scolding. The heavens couldn't bear to see Zhou Ting continue to do evil, so they took him in. Mr. May looked at the generous crowd and found it hard to believe. The way of heaven was mysterious. No one knew or grasped the rules. If one did evil, they would be punished by the heavens. How many people were struck to death in Luoyang every day? However, with Li Mu's presence, this matter had a trace of credibility. After all, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened to him. She moved her lips and looked at Li Mu. She asked, "Did Zhou Ting really die because of the heavens?" Li Mu nodded and said, "We all saw with our own eyes that after Zhou Ting was released from prison, he didn't repent. Instead, he threatened the victim's family in front of so many people. Later, he was disrespectful to the heavens and insulted them. Perhaps the heavens couldn't stand such a beast, so they struck him with lightning. Not long ago, there was a woman who died unjustly in Yang County. She was wronged and died because of the injustice. After she died, she became an evil spirit. Today, Zhou Ting did all kinds of evil deeds and died because of the wrath of the heavens." He looked at the charred pit on the ground and sighed. "Good and evil will be rewarded. The heavens are reincarnated. If you don't believe it, look up and see who the heavens forgive." Chapter 228. Zhou Ting clenched his fists and veins popped out on his forehead. However, in front of Mr. May, he could only suppress the pain of losing his son and his anger towards Li Mu and Zhang Chun. He didn't believe in divine punishment at all. The way of heaven was mysterious, and the so-called divine punishment was just an excuse used by foolish people to comfort themselves. The evil spirit incident in Yang County wasn't caused by her injustice, but by the truth. Zhou Chu's death was definitely not due to divine punishment. His eyes were bloodshot. He looked at Mr. May and said, "Mr. May, do you also believe in divine punishment?" Mr. May wasn't sure. He glanced at Li Mu and said, "No matter what, the heavenly thunder of purple cloud isn't something that can be attracted by cultivators in the assembled God state. This has nothing to do with Li Mu. We'll only know the details after the investigation." Many commoners and officials heard the thunder in broad daylight in the Luoyang city. 2 constables from the Ministry of Justice arrived late. When they saw the charred pit, 2 corpses, and Zhou Ting, whose veins were popping out on his forehead, they knew they couldn't get involved. They were about to leave when Zhou Ting suddenly said, "This case involves the Luoyang government. They should avoid arousing suspicion and hand it over to the Ministry of Justice for investigation." The 2 constables from the Ministry of Justice stopped in their tracks. Their faces fell completely. One of the constables gritted his teeth and walked forward. He asked, "What happened here? Who killed these 2? The 2 corpses on the ground were the most eye-catching things. The constables recognized them as Zhou Chu's guards. Both of them died on the street, but they didn't know where Zhou Chu went. Li Mu said, "These 2 tried to assassinate me. I've killed them in front of everyone. The people around can testify. I can testify that these 2 tried to kill Constable Li. They deserve to die. They did evil with Zhou Chu all day long. They should have died long ago. Why didn't those thunderbolts kill them too?" With the people around as witnesses, it was easy to cover up what happened to the 2 guards. The constable's job was to chase after criminals and bandits. Their lives were easily threatened when faced with the heretical cultivation of demonic ghosts. In the case of a fatal crisis, they had the right to kill the villains who threatened their lives on the spot. As a constable, he could empathize with Li Mu. He understood Li Mu's actions very well. He skipped over this matter and asked again, "What about those thunderbolts just now?" One of the commoners said, "Zhou Chu committed all kinds of evil and was disrespectful to the heavens. The heavens sent down a few bolts of lightning and struck him to death." That constable was stunned on the spot. Giving Zhou Ting a glance, he said in disbelief, "Young Master Zhou was struck to death by lightning." The developments of the matter had greatly exceeded his expectations. This was no longer a matter that the 2 of them could handle. The constable hurriedly said, "This case is of great importance. It must be decided by the Ministry of Justice. Those related to this case, please follow us back to the Ministry of Justice for trial." Li Mu wasn't directly related to Zhou Chu's death, but it was also indirectly related. Naturally, he had to make a trip to the Ministry of Justice. Zhang Chun swallowed a pill and said, I'll go with you. I'll also go to the Ministry of Justice to demand an explanation for Lord Zhou's palm strike just now. Zhou Ting's face darkened. The minister of God's capital, Zhang Chun, was as strong as him, but he pretended to be injured by him. How shameless! We'll go with Constable Li too. We'll testify for him. Go to the heavens and demand justice if you can. Constable Li is innocent. Everyone, let's go to the Ministry of Justice and support Constable Li. The commoners were furious. They followed Li Mu to the Ministry of Justice. At the entrance of the Ministry of Justice, the bailiff guarding the door was scared out of his wits when he saw this scene. He thought that the people in God's capital were rebelling and attacking the Ministry of Justice. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the people at the front were two of his colleagues from the Ministry of Justice. What's going on? Why did you bring so many people here? The bailiff walked forward and said, Quick, get the minister and the assistant minister here. Something big has happened. The minister and assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice were not here. The person in charge of the Ministry of Justice was the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice was shocked when he heard this. What? Zhou Chu is dead? Wasn't he sentenced to prison? The bailiff said, Minister, you'll know when you go out. In the court of the Ministry of Justice, the Minister of Justice spent 15 minutes before he finally learned the truth from the commoners present. After Zhou Chu was sentenced to exile, he threatened the family of the victim in front of Li Mu and the commoners. His attitude was extremely arrogant. Li Mu could not tolerate this evil. He pointed to the heavens and cursed, hoping that the heavens would get rid of this evil for the people. Then, the heavens sent down several lightning bolts and struck Zhou Chu until his soul was scattered. If not for all the witnesses saying this, the Minister of Justice would have thought that he was listening to a story. If the heavens really had eyes and would punish the evil of the world, then what was the use of the Ministry of Justice? Logically speaking, with the enmity between him and Li Mu, the director of the Ministry of Justice would definitely do his best to give Li Mu an unforgettable experience in the Ministry of Justice since Li Mu had finally fallen into his hands. But he did not dare. The facts had already proven that the person standing in front of the court was a reckless young man who was not afraid of anything. He had just attracted the wrath of the heavens and killed an evil person. If he was angered, and he continued to point to the heavens and curse, the next person to be struck by lightning might be the Minister of Justice himself. As the Minister of Justice, he had handed down countless cases. This was the first time he had encountered such a strange and tricky case. It was impossible to say that Zhou Chu's death had nothing to do with Li Mu. But to say that he had something to do with it, he had to admit that the heavens could hear his pleas and struck Zhou Chu to death according to his wishes. In this case, what crime should he pin on Li Mu? Hiring someone to kill someone? Hiring the heavens to kill Zhou Chu, the employer was caught. Should they also arrest the murderer? The problem was, how would the Ministry of Justice arrest the heavens? As a cultivator, he did not even dare to have such disrespectful thoughts towards the heavens. After all, not everyone had the guts of Li Mu. The Minister of Justice looked at Zhou Ting and said, The idea of the wrath of the heavens is ridiculous. Is there a possibility that the person who killed your son was actually a fifth-level master who was hiding in the dark? He did not like Zhou Chu's actions but did not dare to act openly. So he took the opportunity when Li Mu was cursing the heavens to kill your son with the heavenly thunder of purple clouds, eliminating evil for the sake of the people. Zhou Ting's son had just died. The Minister of Justice originally wanted to choose his words carefully, but in the end, driven by his conscience, he said this word. Although he had done many evil things in the past few years against his conscience, he could be considered a good person compared to Zhou Chu. He killed an innocent person with his horse. The Zhou family had paid a great price to get Zhou Chu out of prison. But not only did he not restrain himself, he became even worse. As soon as he was released from prison, he threatened the family of the victim he killed in front of the constable of the fairies' capital. Was this something a human could do? If he had a shred of humanity left, he would not have done such a thing. It was obvious that the Zhou family had been too prominent in the fairies' capital in the past 3 years. As a result, Zhou Chu had relied on the Zhou family and was so arrogant that he had lost his humanity. Zhou Ting's face darkened. He said, A fifth-level master is just your guess. No matter what, Li Mu is related to my son's death. How will the Ministry of Justice deal with him? When the Minister of Justice heard this, he was already a little angry. The Ministry of Justice did not rely on the new party. The Zhou family was powerful, but this was the Ministry of Justice. What right did he have to speak to him like this? Taking a step back, how would the Ministry of Justice deal with Li Mu? If they dealt with Li Mu, it would mean that they approved of him using the heavens to kill someone. If they dealt with the person who hired the murderer, they could not let the murderer go unpunished, right? How would they deal with the heavens? What kind of person would have the guts to judge the heavens? The Minister of Justice said, "The heavenly wrath still needs to be investigated." Zhou Ting said darkly, "The heavenly wrath is just an excuse they made up. My son's death must have something to do with him. If the Ministry of Justice takes him into custody and interrogates him, we'll definitely be able to get something out of him." The Minister of Justice said with a cold expression, "Lord Zhou, are you teaching me how to do things?" At this moment, Zhang Chun stepped forward and said angrily, "Lord Zhou, your son's death is unforgivable. However, as an official of the Imperial Court, you actually tried to kill me and the Imperial Court's official. How will you deal with this?" He sat cross-legged in the court and said coldly, "If the Ministry of Justice can't give me a satisfactory explanation today, I won't leave." Lord Zhang, who had always been as timid as a mouse, suddenly became unyielding and dared to fall out with the Zhou family. Li Mu only needed to think for a moment to figure out Lord Zhang's motive. Lord Zhang was determined to make a big deal out of this and achieve his goal of being transferred out of the fairies' capital. At this time, he could not be left to fight alone. Making a big deal out of this matter would be greatly beneficial to Li Mu. As long as they were in the right, the bigger the matter, the better it would be for them. At most, they would resign and go to Mount Baiyun to live together with Lu Hanyan and Wanwan. Li Mu stepped forward and pointed at Zhou Ting. He said sternly, "You invert right and wrong, and you can't differentiate between right and wrong. No wonder you taught such a beast. He kills people everywhere, and he doesn't repent. He's waiting for an opportunity to take revenge. Everyone knows that he's a beast. It's satisfying that he died under the heavenly wrath." His voice was loud and clear. It spread to the ears of everyone in the court and outside the court. The people were in high spirits, and the psyche power in their bodies surged. They looked at Li Mushi in the hall, and some kind of colorless emotions surged in their bodies. Countless officials in the Ministry of Justice were stunned for a moment when they heard that. Then, they felt a surge of pride in their hearts. Regardless of their position, to be able to say such words in front of the Zhou family, even if he was their enemy, was worthy of their respect. This was how a man should be. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice walked to the entrance of the Ministry of Justice and stopped. He looked at the court and reminisced. The Minister of Justice asked, "Assistant Minister Zhou, what's wrong?" The Assistant Minister looked forward and said, "He looks like an old friend of mine." The Minister of Justice's eyes flickered. He had been an official for many years, but he had only seen the scene in the Ministry of Justice twice. Coincidentally, the mastermind of both incidents was here. In the court, the muscles on Zhou Ting's face twitched and the veins on his forehead throbbed. He said sternly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you insult me?" Li Mu looked straight at him and said coldly, "I've cursed the heavens above and the earth below. I've cursed all the injustices in the world. I'm not afraid of the heavens and earth. Who do you think you are?" Chapter 229. The officials of the Ministry of Justice stood at the door of the guardroom and eavesdropped on the commotion in the court. Ever since Li Mu came to the divine capital, they had seen too many firsts in the Ministry of Justice. The constable of the divine capital made the director of the Ministry of Justice speechless for the first time in the Ministry of Justice's territory. It was also the first time someone scolded an official of the Imperial Court and an important figure of the Zhou family in the Ministry of Justice's court. Li Mu seemed to have a natural aura around him, a fearless aura. Li Mu's saliva flew everywhere in the court, almost landing on Zhou Ting's face. A crooked stick would have a crooked shadow. Seeing Zhou Ting's face, Li Mu didn't find Zhou Ting's actions strange. He didn't care about his position in the first place, and he wasn't afraid of the Zhou family. He purposely played along with Lord Zhang and blew up the matter to find out the Empress's attitude. While Zhou Ting was fuming with rage, two figures walked in from outside. The director of the Ministry of Justice heaved a sigh of relief when he saw them. He quickly walked over and said, "Lord Minister, Lord Assistant Minister, you're finally back. This case is too complicated, and I don't know how to judge it." The Minister of Justice said to Zhou Ting, "Lord Zhou, I'm deeply sorry that you lost your beloved son. The Ministry of Justice will investigate this case immediately and will hand it over to His Majesty to make a decision tomorrow morning. Lord Zhou, do you have any objections?" Zhou Ting knew that he couldn't influence the Ministry of Justice, but he could say a few words to His Majesty. He said with a dark face, "I hope the Ministry of Justice can investigate this case impartially." The Minister of Justice said, "Of course." He looked at Zhang Chun and Li Mu and said, "This case involves a lot of things. You two can return to the Yamen first and wait outside the palace tomorrow. I'm afraid His Majesty will summon you at any time." Zhou Ting's death wasn't directly related to Li Mu, so the Ministry of Justice couldn't detain him. He and Zhang Chun walked out of the Ministry of Justice and were surrounded by commoners. "Constable Li, how did it go? What did the Ministry of Justice say?" Zhou Ting's death was his own fault. The Ministry of Justice didn't blame you, did they? Faced with the concern of the people, Li Mu smiled and said, "Tomorrow, the Ministry of Justice will present this case to His Majesty and let His Majesty decide. I believe that His Majesty will give me justice." "We're all with Constable Li. I suggest that everyone write a letter to plead for Constable Li." "I agree." The silk used to sign the book of 10,000 people will be provided by Splendid Workshop. At this moment, Li Mu sensed from the people around him. Other than psychic power, he also sensed emotions that were different from before. This emotion was colorless, and it was the last emotion that he lacked among the 7 emotions. Love originated from the love and respect of the people. The people of Luoyang finally trusted and accepted him after he cursed and swore at the sky and was struck by lightning. Li Mu walked from the Ministry of Justice to the government office. The love he absorbed from thousands of people was enough for him to condense the 5th spirit, non-poison. In the small residence of the government office, Xiaobai sat cross-legged on the bed to cultivate. She did not know what was going on. Li Mu walked into the room, got onto the bed, and sat cross-legged opposite her. He formed a seal with his hands and said, 9 cycles of white qi, control the evil spirits, heavenly beasts guard the door, delicate girls guard the door, 7 spirits and softness are at peace with me, do not act rashly, look at the source of form. Non-poison, condense." His mana was no longer the same as before. It was extremely easy for him to condense the spirit and follow the spirit. After Li Mu had completely refined the love, Li Mu could clearly feel that there were some changes in his body. His mana had also increased slightly. However, compared to the increase in his mana, what he felt most was the feeling of completion that came from within his body. After condensing the love, Li Mu acutely sensed that there was a trace of love beside him. He opened his eyes and saw Xiaobai sitting in front of him. She was holding her chin with both hands and looking at him in a daze. Her gaze was so pure and her small face was so delicate. The way she looked at Li Mu with all her attention made his heart tremble slightly. Since the second time she met Li Mu, she had never changed her mind about giving herself to him. After seeing Lu Hanyan, she was worried that Lu Hanyan would be dissatisfied, so she hid this thought. Li Mu had always thought that as a member of the Heavenly Fox clan, she stayed by his side only to repay his kindness. He did not expect that she would have the same feelings for Li Mu as Lu Hanyan. When Xiaobai saw Li Mu open his eyes, the corners of her mouth immediately curled up. She said sweetly, "Benefactor, you're awake?" Li Mu patted her head and said, "Let's go home, the Ministry of Justice." Zhang Chun and Li Mu returned to the Yamen first, but Zhou Ting did not leave. He persuaded his family to make a deal with the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice with his position as the Nanyang Commandery Officer. He listened to his arrangements and gave the old man's family a large sum of money for them to write a letter of understanding. Through the Ministry of Justice, he reversed the sentence of the Luoyang Yamen and changed Zhou Chu's sentence from death to imprisonment. However, all of this was in vain. His son was still dead in the end. When only Zhou Ting and the assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice were left in the court, the assistant minister glanced at him and said, "I am also very regretful about your son's death, but I have already done what I promised you. Our transaction has been completed. The following matters have nothing to do with me." Zhou Ting's eyes were bloodshot after experiencing the pain of losing his son. He gritted his teeth and said, "That matter is already in the past. There is no need to mention it again. I only want Li Mu to die now." Regardless of whether Zhou Chu's death was caused by Li Mu or someone else created the wrath of heaven to deceive the world, Zhou Ting could not tolerate Li Mu continuing to live in this world. Being pointed at and scolded in the court of the Ministry of Justice, he and the Zhou family had lost all face. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice said, "I'm afraid it won't be that easy to kill Li Mu. He is now affecting the people of the Luoyang. Moreover, your son's actions have indeed incurred the wrath of the heavens. His Majesty will not let him die, nor will your Zhou family, unless he killed Zhou Chu. However, he clearly does not have the ability to kill Zhou Chu. If you want to avenge your son, you can only stab the heavens." A moment later, Zhou Ting walked out of the Ministry of Justice aggressively. In order to settle this matter, the Zhou family had paid a heavy price. However, in the end, an important chess piece of the Zhou family in Nanyang Commandery was lost. His son was also lost. It could be said that he had lost both his son and his army. He wanted nothing more than to cut Li Mu into 1,000 pieces and grind his bones to dust. However, there was nothing he could do. As soon as he returned to the Zhou family, a servant came to invite him, saying that the master wanted to see him. Zhou Ting passed through a few doors and arrived at a study. He knocked on the door and a dignified voice said, "Come in." Zhou Ting walked into the study and said sorrowfully, "Big brother, Chu is dead." In the study, an imposing figure said, "I already know." The figure sighed and turned to look at him. He said, "I've already warned you to be strict with yourself and discipline your son well. However, you never listened and allowed him to do as he pleased in the Luoyang. That's why he has today's consequences." Zhou Ting said sorrowfully, "It's too late to say all this now. Chu is dead. His soul has dissipated. He doesn't even have the chance to become a ghost. I must catch Chu's murderer and tear him to pieces." The figure was silent for a moment. He asked, "What did the Ministry of Justice say?" Zhou Ting gritted his teeth and said, "The Ministry of Justice suspects that a fifth realm powerhouse killed Chu under the guise of heavenly wrath." The figure calculated with his fingers and shook his head. "No one else was involved in Chu's death. It's indeed related to that constable." Zhou Ting's eyes widened. Although he really wanted Li Mu to die, he did not think that Zhou Chu's death was caused by Li Mu. He was just a third realm constable and did not have that kind of ability. However, Big Brother had the cultivation of Dongxian. He could read the stars and predict heavenly secrets. It was impossible for him to be wrong. Zhou Ting said furiously, "It's really him. How did he kill Chu?" The figure shook his head and said, "Heavenly secrets are hard to predict. It's already the limit for him to be able to predict that Chu's death is related to him." Zhou Ting said, "I'll beg the Dean and His Majesty. They'll definitely be able to calculate everything." The figure shook his head and said, "Although the Dean and His Majesty have high cultivation, they can't calculate much more than me. It's better not to disturb them. It's not difficult to find out how that constable killed Chu. As long as we use the soul assimilation technique on him, the truth will come to light." Zhou Ting thought about it and said in disbelief, "There are no traces of Fulu being used at the scene. There's also no such Dao technique. Could it really be?" The figure was silent for a moment. Then, he said calmly, "If that's the case, you don't have to pursue this matter anymore." Zhou Ting was stunned. Then, he said with a ferocious expression, "Am I going to die for nothing? If it's heavenly wrath, then it's the will of the heavens." The figure said, "The will of the heavens comes first. The Zhou family cannot lose their sense of righteousness. You must consider the big picture." Zhou Ting was silent for a long time. Then, he said slowly, "I understand." Chapter 230. Zhou Mansion. As the most powerful family in the Great Zhou dynasty, the scale of the Zhou mansion in the divine capital was even greater than that of the Xiao mansion. The Zhou mansion was more than 100 feet long from north to south and 50 feet wide from east to west. The mansion occupied a large area. The Zhou family was prosperous. The four brothers all held important positions in the imperial court. It was said in the divine capital that the Zhou family supported half of the imperial court in the Great Zhou. This was not an exaggeration. At this moment, in a courtyard in the Zhou mansion, a middle-aged woman had fainted from crying after hearing the news of Zhou Chu's death. "Chu, my poor Chu," her sorrowful cries penetrated the walls of the courtyard. The maids and servants who passed by all lowered their heads and hurried past. Zhou Chu's two sisters had already married out of the Zhou family. When they heard the news, they hurried back to console the woman. The woman cried until her tears ran dry. She grabbed Zhou Ting's hand and her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She gritted her teeth and said, "Master, the person who killed Chu must be cut into 1,000 pieces. Then, his soul must be captured and burned by the nether fire day and night." Zhou Ting said coldly, "Don't worry. I will make him beg for death to comfort Chu's soul in heaven." A young woman beside the woman raised her head and looked at Zhou Ting. She said, "Father, when I came here, I heard from my husband that this matter is not easy to deal with. It could easily incite a rebellion among the people. Why don't you go to the palace and beg my sister? Beg Her Majesty to uphold justice for my brother?" The other young woman beside her could not bear it. She opened her mouth several times, but in the end she sighed and did not say anything. Zhou Ting said, "Ever since we forced her to marry the former crown prince, Her Majesty has been holding a grudge against the Zhou family. In these 3 years she has deliberately distanced herself from the Zhou family. If I go to the palace and beg her, I'm afraid," the young woman who spoke first said, "no matter what, Chu is still her family. No matter how cold-blooded she is, she won't ignore Chu's death, right?" The woman gritted her teeth and said, "If she refuses to see you, ask Big Brother to see her. Although she is Her Majesty, will she refuse to see her own father?" Zhou Ting lowered his head and said, "Big Brother wants me to consider the big picture. It's impossible for him to interfere in this matter." The woman said angrily, the big picture, Chuaner's life is already gone, and he still wants to take care of the big picture? This is also related to the Zhou family's face and dignity." "Shut up." Zhou Ting reprimanded her and said, "For this day, our Zhou family has waited for hundreds of years. The burden on Big Brother's shoulders is not something we can imagine." He concealed the sorrow in his eyes, straightened his collar, and said, "I'll enter the palace first." The imperial palace. Zhou Ting stood in front of a palace and bowed. "This Zhou has an important matter to discuss with His Majesty. Miss Shangguan, please help me inform him." The young female official said, "I'm sorry, His Majesty had some enlightenment in cultivation today and went into seclusion early in the morning. If Lord Zhou has anything to say, we can talk about it tomorrow morning." Zhou Ting was silent for a while before saying, "Since that's the case, this official will return first." The young woman turned and walked through the palace into the garden behind it. Mr. May stood behind a figure and said, "Your Majesty, today in front of the godly capital government." The Empress said, "I know." Her voice was very dignified, as if there was no emotion in it. Mr. May hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Majesty, Zhou Chu's actions have already caused resentment among the people. Although he died because of Li Mu, his death can't be blamed on Li Mu. Otherwise, the people that Your Majesty worked so hard to gather in the godly capital will scatter." The Empress looked ahead and said, "You seem to be very protective of Li Mu." Mr. May said, "I brought him here from the North County. After he came to the godly capital, everything he did was for the people and for Your Majesty. I just feel that someone like him shouldn't suffer such injustice." The Empress asked, "Ali, what do you think?" The young female official thought for a while and said, "Although he sometimes speaks without thinking, he's a good person, a good official. The godly capital lacks people like him. Zhou Chu died from the heavenly thunder of purple cloud, and he's only a spirit condensation cultivator. Perhaps someone else is framing him and trying to take advantage of the situation. The Empress waved her sleeves, and a clear image appeared in the air. In the image, Zhou Chu was arrogant. He threatened the family of the deceased, causing anger among the people. The young constable pointed at the sky and yelled, "Damn God, if you have eyes, you shouldn't let a good person be wronged and let evil people harm the world." As soon as he said that, 4 bolts of heavenly thunder of purple cloud fell from the sky. Zhou Chu blocked it 3 times, but he was still turned into ashes by the last bolt. The young female official and Mr. May saw this for the first time. They were shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. After a while, the young female official asked, "Your Majesty, can he really communicate with the heavenly Tao?" The Empress didn't answer. She only said, "You can leave now. This matter will be discussed in the imperial court tomorrow." After the 2 of them left, the Empress stood alone in the garden. Her temperament gradually changed. The aura of someone who looked down on the world and was high and mighty gradually disappeared. The person standing there seemed to be just an ordinary woman. Gradually, even her appearance began to change. Her originally elegant and beautiful face gradually became ordinary. The magnificent crown on her body also transformed into ordinary clothes. Her figure disappeared. At the same time, a woman in green appeared on the streets of the divine capital. The people passing by on the street didn't realize that there was a person in the crowd. The woman in green walked to a noodle stall. When the stall owner saw her, he smiled and said, "Miss, you haven't been here for a long time." The woman sat at the noodle stall and said, "A bowl of noodles." The owner wiped his hands and said, "Okay, same old rules. Less chopped onions, no coriander." It was lunchtime. There were many diners at the noodle stall. These people were eating and talking at the same time. The scene of the lightning striking Zhou Chu today was so satisfying. Did you all see it? No. When I rushed over, it was already over. But were you there? I was lucky to be there. That place was struck by the purple lightning. Not even a speck of dust was left. Quick, tell us. This bowl of noodles is on me. Hearing that someone was paying for today's meal, the man added another plate of beef and began to tell the story. He described how lawless Zhou Chu was. He came out of the divine capital and threatened the family of the deceased. He described how Constable Li was so angry that he pointed at the sky. Heaven and earth felt his heart and sent down several lightning bolts to get rid of this evil in the divine capital. After he was taken away by the Ministry of Justice, he scolded Zhou Chu's father in the court. It was so satisfying. In the process of telling the story, he added some details and added some emotional embellishments. The crowd blushed as if they had been there and witnessed it with their own eyes. After he finished, he didn't forget to exclaim, "Constable Li is really a good constable. He really thinks about the people and stands on our side." Another customer sighed and said, "This time, he has formed a deadly feud with the Zhou family. I wonder how the Zhou family will take revenge. Without Constable Li, will the divine capital return to the way it was before? It won't. We've already written a petition for the people. His Majesty will definitely seek justice for Constable Li." The woman in green finished her noodles and listened to the crowd's discussion for a while before she paid and left. Li residence. Li Mu and Xiao Bai bought some groceries on their way home. When they got home, they busied themselves in the kitchen. Compared to eating out, he enjoyed the feeling of cooking with her. In the past, Lu Hanyan was the one who cooked with him. After he came to the divine capital, Xiao Bai was the one by his side. Under Li Mu's guidance, Xiao Bai's culinary skills had reached a higher level. She was qualified to be Li Mu's assistant. After the meal, Li Mu told Xiao Bai that he was going to the palace tomorrow. At that time, he would send her to the government office first. Xiao Bai asked worriedly, "Will Her Majesty blame benefactor?" Li Mu shook his head and said, "I don't know." After all, his understanding of the Empress was mostly based on hearsay. Li Mu didn't know what kind of person she really was. However, he wasn't afraid of this case. With the clear heart technique, the soul-sucking technique was useless against him. As long as he didn't admit it, no one would be able to pin Chu Zhou's death directly on him. As for the soul-searching technique, it was extremely harmful and irreversible. Unless it was an extremely important matter that concerned the country, the imperial court wouldn't use it on an official. With the people's support, the imperial court would have to be careful no matter what they did to him. Xiaobai said firmly, I heard that Her Majesty is as beautiful as a fairy and has a kind heart. She won't wrong benefactor. Li Mu nodded and said, I believe in Her Majesty. Not to mention her appearance, Li Mu was actually confident in other aspects of the Empress. He came to Chengdu because of the Empress. During this time, he could be fearless and do whatever he wanted because he had the Empress support. Women were always very concerned about the appearance of other women. Xiaobai blinked and said, How beautiful is she to be as beautiful as a fairy? Li Mu rubbed her head and said, What do you mean by as beautiful as a fairy? That's because Her Majesty is. No matter how ugly Her Majesty is, no one would dare to say that she's ugly. If you want to know what it means to be as beautiful as a fairy, go back to your room and look in the mirror. Xiaobai was stunned for a while before she realized that Li Mu was praising her. She blushed and said uneasily, I'll go wash the dishes. The girl was still a little shy. If it were Lu Hanyan, she might have already fallen into Li Mu's arms and made love to him. Li Mu returned to his room and sat down cross-legged. Not long after, he felt sleepy. In his sleep, a fog suddenly appeared in front of his eyes and a woman's figure appeared. Seeing the familiar woman, Li Mu was stunned. Fear appeared on his face and he said in shock, No way again. Chapter 231. Ever since that night when he was ravaged 8 times, this woman had never appeared in Li Mu's dreams again. This made him think that what had happened back then was merely a coincidence. Until now, this familiar figure had appeared in his dream once again. This made Li Mu realize that the possibility of that incident being a coincidence was infinitely close to 0. Li Mu did not leave the dream immediately. He needed to figure out what was going on. Li Mu looked at the woman from afar and asked, Who are you? The woman said indifferently, You don't need to know who I am. Li Mu asked tentatively, Are you my inner demon? With Li Mu's knowledge, other than an inner demon, he could not think of any other possibility. Even Dongxian could not casually invade other people's dreams. This was something that even Venerable Qianhuan could not do. Inner demon? The woman looked at him and said slowly, You can understand it that way. Li Mu said warily, What do you want? The woman said, I was born because of you. Why don't you ask yourself what you want? Her words made Li Mu no longer doubt her identity. Except for the consciousness born in his body, no one could easily enter his dreams. Many people interpreted the high-level inner demon as a second soul. According to Li Mu's understanding, it was more like a second personality. In the same body, several different consciousnesses were born. Their age, personality, and even gender could be different. Li Mu had seen this kind of setting countless times in suspense movies. Li Mu asked warily, You want to devour my consciousness? The woman shook her head and said, Not interested. Li Mu said in surprise, Then what do you want? The woman looked at Li Mu and said, You killed Zhou Chu. Li Mu looked at the woman. The consciousness of the inner demon and the main body did not affect each other, so she did not know what she was thinking or what she knew. However, the experiences of this body could not be hidden from her. Although the person in front of him was a woman, Li Mu knew very well that he was her and she was him. He had nothing to hide from himself. Li Mu asked, Don't people who are worse than beasts deserve to die? The woman said, Director Zhou is from the Zhou family, and His Majesty's surname is also Zhou. Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will be biased? Li Mu looked at her and said, You know a lot. The woman replied, You are me, and I am you. I know what you're thinking. Li Mu looked at her and asked, Then tell me, what am I thinking now? Li Mu thought, if the inner demon only appeared in dreams, if he had a wet dream, what would it look like in the eyes of the inner demon? As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, the shadow of a whip came at him. Li Mu quickly dodged, and finally no longer doubted it. She even knew what he was thinking in his dreams. Other than his inner demon, what else could she be? The woman actually did not know what Li Mu was thinking. She only saw that his expression was strange, wretched, and lustful. He could not be thinking of anything good, so she might as well whip him first. Li Mu looked at the woman and said, "Don't be impulsive. Hitting me is hitting you." The shadow of the whip slowly disappeared. The woman asked again, "Why are you doing this? What good is it for you?" Li Mu said, "You are me. You don't know why I'm doing this?" The woman did not speak. Li Mu guessed that she could only understand his thoughts in his dreams. He could not help but feel relieved. Worried that she would be angry and hang him up to beat him again, Li Mu said, "Because I am a bailiff. It is my duty to get rid of evil and bring justice to the people. Moreover, His Majesty has treated me with sincerity. I have to clean up the evil in Luoyang and unite the people to repay His Majesty." The woman looked at him indifferently and said, "Help her unite the people? It is unprecedented for a woman to be the emperor. It subverts ethics and disturbs the morals. How can a man become her pawn?" "Watch your words." Li Mu glared at her and said, "During His Majesty's reign, he implemented benevolence and reformed the legal system. Many people have a better life. In contrast, during the time of the previous emperor, the 36 counties were filled with corrupt officials. Even Luoyang was a mess. If I don't help such a wise emperor, should I help a tyrant?" Li Mu was dissatisfied with the woman in front of him. As his other personality, she did not have the consciousness of the main personality. Li Mu felt ashamed for having such a personality. The woman was silent for a moment. She looked at Li Mu one last time and her figure slowly faded away. Li Mu pointed at her and said, "Don't go. I haven't finished talking." The woman's figure completely disappeared. Li Mu also woke up from his dream. He touched his head with a puzzled expression. This time, he did not get beaten up. This time, she was not as unreasonable as last time. He had read about the inner demons in books. They were all violent and murderous monsters. This was the first time Li Mu had heard of such a type. It was a dreamless night. Li Mu hugged Little White and slept until dawn. After sending her to the yamen, he waited outside the palace with Zhang Chun. The morning court had already begun. They did not know what was going on inside. Until now, they had not been summoned. The two of them waited outside the palace in boredom. In the Crepe Myrtle Palace, some of the courtiers were arguing in full swing. An official said angrily, "A country has its laws and a family has its rules. Zhou Chu has already been tried. Who gave him the right to execute on his own?" An imperial censor objected, "Zhou Chu was unrepentant and deranged. He angered the heavens and attracted the thunder fire. What does it have to do with others?" The official said, "Who attracted the heavenly thunder of purple cloud?" The imperial censor said, "Do you have evidence?" Some officials have already calculated that Zhou Chu's death is related to Li Mu. His death is also related to the heavens. Why don't you interrogate the heavens? You are twisting words and forcing logic. You are trying to accuse him. Whether it is true or not, we will know if we use the soul search on Li Mu. The court was divided into two factions regarding Zhou Chu's case. One faction believed that Li Mu, as an arrestor, did not have the right to execute anyone. His actions were considered intentional murder. The other faction believed that Zhou Chu died from the wrath of the heavens. The heavens were greater than everything. Even if the wrath of the heavens was caused by Li Mu, it should not be blamed on him. The two factions argued endlessly. The entire court was very noisy. Silence. The young female official's voice reached everyone's ears. Everyone shut their mouths. The court was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. No matter how they argued, the final verdict of this case still depended on the emperor. The moment the court quieted down, an image suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The scene was the scene in front of the Shendu Yamen. Zhou Chu, who was already dead, was in the picture. The officials were shocked. At this moment, they remembered that His Majesty was not only the emperor, but also an expert of the upper realm. He had already reached the peak of the profound light technique and was able to reenact the past. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the image. In the image, Zhou Chu's expression was arrogant. He said to Li Mu, "That's right, after I leave, you have to pay more attention to that old man's family. I heard that they live outside the city. You have to be careful when you walk on the road. There are many people riding horses outside. If 1 or 2 are killed, it will not be good. One of the imperial censors could not help but point at the image of Zhou Chu and said angrily, "Lawless, lawless, does he not have the law in his eyes?" Another imperial censor spat and said coldly, "This is simply the behavior of a beast. He deserves to die." In the court, many people's faces were filled with anger. This was a blatant provocation of the law and justice. They only heard that Zhou Chu was arrogant, but they did not expect him to be so arrogant. Under the strong impact of this image, several officials of the new party also retracted their heads. Whoever dares to speak up for Zhou Chu will definitely offend the public. What worried them more was the emperor's thoughts. His Majesty used his great magical power to reenact the image of yesterday. Does this mean that he is not on the side of the Zhou family? In the video, facing the threats around him, the young constable said, "God is watching what we do. God is watching us." Zhou Chu sneered, "God, after so many years, I really want to see what God looks like. If you have the ability, let them come down." The young arrestor was obviously enraged. He pointed to the sky and scolded God for being blind. As his voice fell, several lightning bolts suddenly fell from the sky. Under the last purple lightning bolt, Zhou Chu turned into ashes. Even some of the high-ranking officials in the court felt their blood boil when they saw this scene. A few of the imperial censors were so excited that their beards trembled. Their eyes were filled with envy and reverence. This was the response of the heavenly axiom. It was the greatest recognition that the heavenly axiom gave to a person. There was no imperial censor who did not desire such recognition. A body of righteousness that can shake the heavens. How magnificent is this? He is still Li Mu, the Li Mu who wrote Do Yi's Injustice. It is His Majesty's blessing to have such a person in the fairies' capital. It is the blessing of the great Zhou. His Majesty must not wrong such a talent. The Empress's dignified voice came from behind the curtain. How do you think this case should be resolved? At the forefront of the officials, a figure stood out. Seeing the figure, all the officials held their breaths. The first person to stand out was none other than the head of the Zhou family, Zhou Chu's uncle, and also the Empress's biological father. The middle-aged man looked up at the image and said, "The people's hearts are the foundation of the great Zhou's continuation." Zhou Chu killed innocent people and did not repent. In the end, he angered the heavenly axiom and punished the heavenly axiom. The officials in the court should learn from this and restrain themselves and their descendants. They should not bully the people and bully the villagers. The head of the Zhou family's words undoubtedly determined the nature of the case. Even the officials of the new party would not use this opportunity to attack the arrestor. Zhou Ting clenched his fists and knelt on the ground with his head lowered. He closed his eyes and said in a trembling voice, "I have not taught my son well. I have let your Majesty and the people down. I am ashamed to be in the court. I wish to resign from the position of Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works. I hope your Majesty will approve." Chapter 232. Li Mu and Zhang Chun waited for a long time at the gate of the palace. Instead of the Empress, they saw Mr. Mei. Mr. Mei walked out of the palace gate and said to the two, "It's all right now. You can go back." Zhang Chun was stunned and asked, "What's going on inside?" Mr. Mei looked at Li Mu and said, "Her Majesty used the dark light technique to recreate the scene of yesterday." All the officials were furious. The Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Works, Zhou Ting, resigned because he didn't teach his son well. Her Majesty has agreed that Zhou Ting died because of the wrath of heaven. It has nothing to do with you. You can go back now. Zhang Chun asked, "Is there anything else?" Mr. Mei asked, "What do you want?" Zhang Chun shook his head and felt a little regretful, but he didn't say anything. Mr. Mei suddenly took out a stack of fulu from his sleeve and handed it to Li Mu, saying, "This is for you from Her Majesty." Li Mu looked at the stack of purple cloud thunder talismans in his hand thoughtfully. Mr. Mei handed him a jade pendant and said, "This is also for you from Her Majesty." Li Mu took the jade pendant and looked at it over and over. He didn't see anything special about it, so he asked, "What is this?" Mr. Mei said, "This jade pendant can hide the secrets of heaven. Keep it with you." Hearing this, Li Mu suddenly felt that the jade pendant in his hand became heavier. Hiding the secrets of heaven didn't seem to have any real effect. It could neither increase defense nor enhance attack. However, it had a very important function, which was to prevent the ultimate masters from calculating. The masters of Dongxian had already seen through the mysteries of heaven. They could observe the stars and know fate. With a pinch of their fingers, they could predict good or bad luck. They could even calculate someone's location and monitor them remotely through the dark light technique. If one had something to hide the secrets of heaven, they could block the calculations of the masters of Dongxian and above. This could be very useful sometimes. The jade pendant that concealed the heavenly secrets and the stack of purple cloud thunder talismans made Li Mu wonder if the Empress knew anything about it. Logically speaking, even if a seventh realm expert could calculate that Zhou Chu's death was related to him, they shouldn't be able to confirm whether he had died directly or indirectly at Li Mu's hands. The Thousand Illusions had said before that the mysteries of heaven were hard to predict. No one could calculate all of the mysteries of heaven. The so-called arithmetic was nothing more than some hazy feelings, very difficult to be specific. He accepted the jade pendant and bowed to Mr. May, saying, "Sister May, please thank His Majesty for me." Mr. May sighed and said, "His Majesty has suffered a lot to protect you this time. I hope you will remember his kindness." Li Mu used to have some worries, but after today, his worries had disappeared. From today onwards, he truly regarded himself as one of the Empress men. It was a pity that he hadn't been summoned today, so he didn't have the chance to see her. However, there was no need to be anxious. Now, he had already begun to hug the Empress's thigh. There would be plenty of opportunities to see her in the future. Zhou Manor. Crash. In a small courtyard, the sound of porcelain shattering could be heard. The maids and servants all stood in the courtyard with their heads lowered, not daring to speak. The middle-aged woman picked up a vase and smashed it. She panted heavily and gritted her teeth, saying, "Zhou Chu died in vain. I can't accept this, I can't accept this." She pointed in the direction of the palace and cursed, "She's also a member of the Zhou family. How can she be so cruel?" Slap. Zhou Ting slapped her face and said in a low voice, "Shut up. His Majesty isn't someone you can talk about." The woman stood there in a daze after being slapped. Moments later, she raised her head and looked at Zhou Ting. She shook her head and said, "Crazy. Everyone in the Zhou family is crazy. I want to leave this place. If you don't avenge me, I will." Zhou Ting looked at her departing figure. He raised his foot and finally put it down. In one day, he looked haggard and old. The scene in the court today kept replaying in his mind. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "Li Mu, the palace." The Empress had been in the back garden for a long time after the court ended. She looked in the direction of the Zhou family. After a long time, she retracted her gaze and asked, "Am I really cruel?" The young official said, "Zhou Chu deserved his death. It can't be blamed on anyone. Your Majesty doesn't need to blame yourself for this." The Empress seemed to be asking her, but it also seemed like she wasn't asking her. She didn't say anything else and left the garden. She walked in front of a magnificent palace. Above the palace, the words, "Ancestral Temple," were written. The young official stopped in front of the ancestral temple. Only the imperial family could enter the great Zhou's ancestral temple. For them, it was a forbidden area. The Empress walked into the ancestral temple. What greeted her eyes was a high platform. On the high platform, from top to bottom, there were more than 10 memorial tablets of the great Zhou's emperors. In front of the memorial tablets, sandalwood incense rose in spirals. In addition to these memorial tablets, the most eye-catching thing in the ancestral temple was a small cauldron. These small cauldrons had 3 legs and 2 handles. They were neatly arranged in a row under the memorial tablets of the great Zhou's emperors. After a careful count, one would find that there were a total of 36 small cauldrons. The 36 small cauldrons emitted a faint golden light. The golden light was strong and weak. The strong light was dazzling and the weak light was dim. The golden light of each small cauldron condensed into golden lines that converged in a giant cauldron in the ancestral temple. The giant cauldron had 3 legs and 6 handles. The body of the cauldron didn't emit any light, but there was a golden dragon swimming in the cauldron. The golden dragon felt the empress walk in and swam out of the cauldron. It happily circled above her head a few times, and then flew back into the cauldron. In the corner of the ancestral temple, there were 3 prayer mats. 3 figures sat cross-legged on the prayer mats. Their auras were extremely obscure. They all wore black dragon robes. If one looked closely, one would find that the golden dragon embroidered on their robes only had 4 claws. An old man with a face as withered as tree bark on the left opened his eyes. He looked at the most dazzling cauldron in the center of the 36 small cauldrons and said, "The psyche power of the people of the divine capital has multiplied several times in this month. The guy you transferred from the North County is quite capable." The Empress's expression was calm. She looked at the golden dragon swimming in the cauldron and asked, "When will this strand of Emperor's chi be complete?" The old man said, "During Emperor Wen's time, the sea was clear and the rivers were clear. The people were loyal, but it took 20 years. 2 generations of emperors spent nearly 100 years to produce 1 strand, and it has already been used by you. With the current Great Zhou, it will take at least 30 years for the next strand of Emperor's Qi to be complete." The Empress frowned and said, "That's too long." The old man said with a smile, "The Zhou clan has been planning to steal the throne since a few hundred years ago. We've been planning this for so long, and our ancestors have sacrificed their lives to obtain a stream of monarch Qi, yet you're not interested in being the emperor. How ironic." The Empress said coldly, "The Zhou family's matters have nothing to do with me." The old man smiled and said, "I'm afraid you will have to sit in this position for a long time. You will slowly lose your family and friends. The officials will respect you and fear you, but they will never reveal their true feelings to you. Your parents will call you Your Majesty and have ulterior motives. No girl will get close to you, and no man will like you. You will slowly lose love, hate, happiness, anger, sadness. Stop talking. It's useless. This is the fate of every emperor. You will not be an exception." A golden whip appeared in the Empress's hand. She said word by word, "I told you to stop talking." The old man lowered his head and immediately fell into a deep sleep. The Empress walked out of the ancestral temple. The young female official said respectfully, "Your Majesty." The Empress looked at the respectful expression on her face and said, "Return to the palace, Fairy's capital, Li residence." Li Mu had just upgraded the formation in his residence. He used some Fulu and Dharma treasures that he didn't need in a shop in Fairy's capital that was specially opened for cultivators to exchange for spiritual jades. Then, he used the spiritual jades to buy a set of formation flags from another shop. Although Fairy's capital was mostly populated by commoners, there were a few markets that were specially opened for cultivators to trade. Using the upgraded formation of the formation chess, it could temporarily trap a 5th realm cultivator. If one wanted to sneak into the formation silently, they would have to have the cultivation of Dongxian. After doing all this, Li Mu gave most of the purple cloud thunder talismans that the Empress gave him to Xiaobai to protect herself. He only kept a few for himself. The jade pendant and the thunder talisman that the Empress gave him. One was to steal the sky, while the other was to conceal heaven's secrets. No matter how slow Li Mu was, he understood the Empress's intention at this moment. The purple cloud thunder talisman was the proof that Li Mu would use his thunder technique in the future. Otherwise, after Zhou Chu's incident, he couldn't reveal his thunder technique in front of others. This jade pendant that concealed heaven's secrets would prevent cultivators above Dongxian from finding out that he was the culprit. The Empress had thoughtfully prepared these for Li Mu. The Empress must already know that Zhou Chu's death was his doing. A transcendent powerhouse was terrifying. Even so, she still chose to protect Li Mu. This meant that Li Mu still had a place in her heart. He didn't work so hard for her in vain. Not only was she righteous, but she was also so protective. He really loved the Empress like this.